Football season coming up. I can't wait. You know, we got the Browns. Browns named Shador Sanders their starting QB for the first preseason game coming up, and
That's
they just
tomorrow,
signed a
right?
new bro. They just signed a new QB, so they got six QBs on their roster. And I've been saying this since Shador got drafted. If he can't start over Joe Flacco, who's like 60 years old now, and all them other no name bums, then he shouldn't be in the NFL. Simple as
Yeah,
that.
you're right.
You know what I mean? But
He have a lot of pressure on him
yeah, he do.
to
And he
number
said he
one
came out in the media.
justify.
He said something about I guess they asked him, is his father going to be at the game, and he was like, you don't want his father to see him just yet. You know what I'm saying? Like I thought that was smart of him to say that. Like, yes, you know his last name and all the legacy, but he's like he's not ready for his father to see him just yet. And you know Dion gonna watch him anyway, regardless if he's at the game or not. He's gonna be watching his son play, and rightfully so. I feel like he's gonna be the starting QB. If Cleveland don't name him the starting QB, then it is stupid. But definitely has to be the starting QB because I don't see Joe Flacco playing the whole season with them. Deshaun Stevenson, he's injured out. He's out for the season. So I think it's the job. It's the job. It says to lose. They just haven't come out and said it. But we know Shador's gonna start. You know, um, you got that going on. I saw a clip of the Jets last night, and they were talking about the wide receiver depth chart on the Jets, and it's like we all know Garrett Wilson is their best receiver. It's
Hmm.
nobody else. I mean, they have Alan Lazard who came over from the Packers when Aaron Rodgers was here. He requested Lazard to come over, but he hasn't been good. You know, he's been dropping passes. I heard in training camp. You know, they got the kid Gibson who was like on special teams for them last year. He's on their chart. I think they got to start Gibson as a wide receiver. They got to start him. But the other receivers, I don't even know them, but their receiving core is trash. You know what I'm saying? I thought the Giants had problems. I'm looking at the Jets receiver chart. I'm like, yo, they got one good receiver. You know what I'm saying? And he just got paid, got a new contract in July. He's gonna be here for the next 4 seasons. We'll see because it can't stay like this for the next 4 seasons with him. I think he'll want out before then. But you know, Garrett Wilson is their best receiver. You know, they got somewhat of a running game. You know, but yeah, it's I don't know. Their quarterback is gonna be in question too because they got Justin Fields and he can't stay healthy for a whole season. You know his issues that he had in the past on the Bears and all that, and I don't know what they're gonna do. But I was watching that little clip last night. I'm like, yeah, they might not even win no games. That's how bad they're gonna be. You
I
know.
mean, I'm I'm looking at their division.
Mhm.
Like for them to get a wild card, they should be bet. No, let me take that back because I don't know if they can even beat out the Patriots.
I think Patriots gonna be better than them. Sam, what up? I think at Patriots they got Stephon Diggs. He's coming back from major injury. I think he tore his Achilles last season. He's coming back from that injury, and you know the whole relationship with Cardi B and all that, and hopefully he's focused and he bounces back because I have him on my fantasy team as one of my receivers this year. Um, I think the Patriots are gonna be better than the Jets. You know, but that's a tough division. They got the Bills, who's like the front runners to win that division easily. You got the Dolphins, who nobody is. They actually picked the Dolphins to be one of the worst teams this year. They were like one of the worst five. Like they picked them, they picked Giants. I think they had Jacksonville on that list, but I don't think the Dolphins are going to be bad. I just think that Tua got to stay healthy. When he's healthy, they can actually win games and having their receiver down there. Tyreek Hill, and I think they could win games, but he has to stay healthy because you can't go another season with your QB out with another concussion. You know what I'm saying? And if that happens, they got to start thinking about the future and maybe moving on from Tua and drafting another QB. Unfortunately,
How long
but I
has
don't think they're
Tua
going to
been
be
in the
one of the
league?
worst routes.
How long has Tua been in the league?
I want to say like 3-4 seasons already. He's still new. He's still fairly new. I don't even think it's 5 years for him yet. But for him to come in and have concussions that early, that's going to be a problem. Moving forward, and you've seen the side effects of when players have concussions and they suffer from CTE and we just had a guy over here in New York City that shot up the NFL offices and killed people and injured people because he had CTE. You know what I'm saying? So we don't want that to be Tua in 10, 15 years.
Yeah, let's knock on wood that
Right.
you know uh, he doesn't develop a some kind of uh, cognitive
Hmm.
disassociation where he can't tell uh, reality from his imagination,
Right.
because that can happen.
Salute, Unc. What's
Salute,
good?
fellas. Salute, salute.
We just talking a little NFL, you know, uh some NFL talk. The Browns are starting Shador Sanders this weekend for their first preseason game, and we got the Dolphins. There was reports that Tariq Hill had he's trying to build back a good relationship with his team because apparently like a lot of his teammates are pissed off with him or whatever.
Yeah.
Jerry, what up? Salute. Um, and I was just telling Rocka like last week ESPN had like the five worst teams this season coming up, and they had Miami on that list. They had the Jets, they had the Giants. So I disagree. Are going to be one of the worst. And last night I saw a Jets report about their QB depth chart. The wide receiver depth chart, and having Garrett Wilson only be like their best receiver. Meanwhile, you have Alan Lazard who came from the Packers because of Aaron Rodgers, and he been dropping passes in training camp. And then like the other receivers are like, same thing with them. Like they can't count on them. So, and he just got signed, Gary Wilson to like a 4-year, $130 million contract. So just talking about their depth chart and I feel like Jets might be the worst team for the season. I don't think it's gonna be Miami. I feel like if Tua can stay healthy, if he could avoid the concussion injuries and Tariq Hill can play top level, I think they'll be at least competing for a wild card. I don't think they're gonna be one of the worst teams.
I think it's the Giants.
You think it's the Giants? And you from Jersey and you saying that?
Yeah, I think the best division in football right now is the NFC North.
Okay.
Right? And it's because I think my Bears are gonna bounce back.
You think so?
Yeah.
So you're picking the Bears to have a better season than the Giants. We might have to put money on that bet.
Listen, I don't like taking people like Bill money, but I will have you sitting in the dog. That's all I'm saying.
I am not betting right now on Caleb Williams to put them in the playoffs. Because we've seen the disaster that the offense have.
It's a transition, bro.
They've been saying that since Justin Fields was there.
Yeah, I trust the assistants we got from the Detroit Lions.
And they lost Keenan Allen. He went back to the Chargers for 1 year.
Yeah, I know. We didn't sign him. We didn't want him.
They needed him because I don't think Roma is Roma Donez the next man up.
Yeah,
you think so?
Yeah.
Okay, I think he had like four touchdowns last year.
Hey man, I think he might be better than Malik Neighbors.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
No, I don't know about that.
If the Bears had any did you see the Thanksgiving game against the Lions?
Yeah.
Like the Bears could move the football against whenever Caleb get time, they can move the football. But when you remember Eli Manning last year, like as soon as you
and then they got lucky,
and like everybody fell down. Yeah,
they got lucky. They played decent in that game, but if you got to play the Lions twice a year, I don't see them beating the Lions.
Yeah, we beat the Lions every year.
No,
and we used to own the Lions until Dan Campbell got there.
You trolling right now because they're not better than the Lions.
I know. I'm not saying the Bears are better than the Lions. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the whole division overall is a good division.
It's like if the Giants right now beat the Cowboys, it's the Cowboys. Like we don't, you know what I'm saying? It's nothing big. It's not a big, like ESPN will prop it up like it's a big win for us. It's not a big win for us. Beating the Eagles and the Commanders, that's where we want to be at.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
I think any win for the Giants is a big win, bro.
I hear what you said.
Yeah, any win for the Giants is a big win.
I think I don't see the Giants being one. I think the Saints suck. I think they're going to be one of the worst teams.
Yeah,
I think the Jaguars, the Raiders, the Jets definitely. I don't see the Giants because the Giants are trying to win games. Like you got Russell Wilson here for a reason. Like he's trying to win. He's not trying to, purposely lose games to get back in the draft and get another QB. Their defense is looking promising. We just got to get the offense. We got to get more weapons on offense for Malik. I would like for them to get another running back. The tight end, I don't know the tight end that we have.
Theo Johnson, he's the tight end out of Penn State.
Is he good?
Yeah, he's tall, athletic, and fast, and he can catch a little bit. Right,
he can catch a little bit. Well, that sounds good.
Giants quarterbacks throwing the ball in traffic are not good. The past couple of years, like Danny Dimes and all the dudes.
Oh God,
when they have to make tight window throws, they're not number one pick quality quarter. Like the reason why you got to say Detroit is good because they had a run of having former number one picks as their quarterbacks. I mean, the talent is there. You just have to figure out how to best use the talent that's available to them.
I think they're right there. I think it's in the NFC, it's the Lions, it's the Niners, the Eagles. I think that's like the top three in the NFC.
Probably.
Commanders, they look promising. I don't know. We'll see if
in terms of division, though, and I'm sorry for interrupt, but in terms of division, the NFC East, you got the Commanders and the Eagles. Right? The NFC South, you already know what it is. All four of them three of them teams might be drafted in the top 10. You don't know, right?
And by the way, the NFC South, that division, the NFC West is the worst division. Remember last season when I think it was one of those teams where they had like 6 wins and they got in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Wow. Arizona missed the playoffs by like 1 or 2 games.
Yeah.
They started losing like down the stretch.
And you don't know what the Rams are gonna be. Because Matthew Stafford just got an injection in his back today.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so you don't know what the Rams are going to be. You don't know what the Cardinals are going to be. You don't know what the Seahawks are going to be with a new quarterback, more turnover. Right. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. The Seahawks have a new offensive coordinator for like the 3rd year in a row.
Right, and they're like now they're really not sure who's going to be their starting running back. You got Kenneth Walker III. I have him on my fantasy team. You got there's another guy, I forgot his name. So they got like 3 or 4 running backs, and they don't know which one's gonna start yet. So
let me ask you a question. Like every season, there's going to be a division leader that's going to be sub 500, and they get in the playoffs. And there's going to be a wild card team that has like maybe 10, 11, 12 wins.
Yeah.
And they don't make the playoffs. Do you think the NFL should make it where the the team with the higher win total gets in the division winner.
You know what they do? They need to do a system where, like how the NBA have for like the playing tournament, and those teams that are on the bubble, just have them play each other, and the winner gets to they get a wildcard spot. Because you're leaving some teams out that's like right there, like a 9-8 team might not make it because another team had a better record or whatever. So why not put those two teams up, in a match? Whoever wins, they're going to a wildcard opportunity.
Because that got to be a shitty feeling when you done busted your ass for 3-4 months,
right?
And because some bottom feeding team with a sub 500 record, they are the division winner, but they're going to be number 4. They're going to be the 4th seed, and the team with 10, 11, 12 wins, they're going to be out in the cold.
Right. I remember there was one year where like the AFC West, like 3 teams finished 8-8. It was like the Denver, the Chargers, it was another team, and the Chargers ended up going with an 8-8 record. So why not just play those 2 teams in a wild card berth game, and then the winner, definitely goes on. Because I mean, you're looking at those 2 teams, like, yo, how does the 8-8 team go into the wild card?
Kind of like a playoff, like in college football, where they have like a playoff style tournament. Like it's win or lose. If you win, you get into the tournament. If you don't, then you're out.
Exactly. I think that's what they should do. You know what I'm saying? Because unfortunately, you can have some teams that might be right there, but they can't make it because the next team in front of them have a better record.
Yeah, because like those teams on the bubble, as you mentioned, like when it starts getting to like December, and those teams they're fighting for position, there's going to be some make or break game,
right?
That's going to fuck some team up. That's going to fuck some team over, and it's going to have 2 or 3 teams that are more deserving.
Yeah, I think they got to come up with a system like that. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, after that we will.
Yeah, but I think the record part is deceptive though, because the scenario that you mentioned with those 3 teams finished 8-8, they were all good teams, but they were playing each other, knocking each other off.
Right.
Their losses were coming to great teams, right? And then say Jacksonville has an easy schedule, right?
Right.
Say Jacksonville gets hot and healthy, stay healthy, and they win. They go 12-5.
Right.
And you're like, wait a minute. So the Kansas City Chiefs had Pat Mahomes out for 6 weeks, right? And the games that he played, they won. But the games he didn't play, they lost.
They lost.
And now he's back healthy. And say they're 11-6, but Jacksonville is 12-5.
Right.
Does that mean Jacksonville is a better team than a team that won all their games with their starting quarterback, but lost games because he was out due to injury?
Well, their records say so.
Yeah, I know that's the thing. I'm not saying which side is right or wrong. I'm saying there's a lot of thought that can go into that discussion, that conversation, right? Because in theory, if Pat Mahomes got injured and missed 6 or 7 games, and they lost those 6 or 7 games, your backup quarterback should have been better. You shouldn't have been top heavy, right? But then at the same time, you do realize how dynamic a player that Pat Mahomes is. Right.
But to be fair, Freeze, how many teams got quality backup quarterbacks that can pick up the slack when the starter goes down?
That's true.
None. Because the question could even be how many teams have quality starting quarterbacks.
The Browns got 6 quarterbacks, so they got to have a good backup.
The Giants have
it's going to be
on the roster. Ain't none of them no good.
Yo, I went to thegiants.com and I'm looking at their depth chart, and according to the Giants website, the official website, Russell Wilson is first, Jameson Winston is second string. Some guy named Jackson Dart is third string.
That's the quarterback they drafted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And Tommy DeVito is pulling up.
That's how it is. That's how they announced it. Like we already knew Russell Wilson was starting, but if he's starting, he should play bad. Then that means you got Jameis Winston. I've never liked Jameis Winston. I just feel like he never lived up to the hype when he was coming out of Florida State. You know what I'm saying? But I would rather start Jackson Dart. I think Jackson Dart got to move up to number 2 after Jameis.
No disrespect, but I think Giants fans don't like Jameis because he's black.
No, that's not it. Russell Wilson is black. What do you mean?
The Giants fans love a great white hope at quarterback.
No,
since Pasargic, I was there since Pasargic. I used to watch Pasargic throw the ball into the ground. He was scared to death. And Joe Walton, I'm not Joe Walton, but the other guy, I forget his name, was playing that guy, bro. I mean, legitimately, I think it was last year, I watched the Giants need a quarterback, right? A quarterback. And instead of going and getting a quarterback at 4, they draft Malik Neighbors, right? Instead of trading up to get Jaden Daniels or Caleb Williams, or drafting Michael Penix, right? They're like, nah, we gonna wait. What we gonna do is see if we can find an athletic 6'4" white boy from a golden school, and we're gonna give him 1,000 chances. And when his contract up, we're gonna give him a mega extension because we have faith in him. That's what they do every time, bro. Dave Brown. Yeah, you don't remember Dave Brown? Remember Dave Brown, number 17?
No. I know,
bro. That's what they do, bro. That's what they, when Jackson Dart was still on the board, I was like, watch the Giants draft Jackson Dart, right? They know good and well they need a running back right here. Why they draft Jackson Dart? And sure enough, they drafted Jackson Dart, and they did that New York Giants high five corporate huddle thing that they be doing in their thing, and I'm like, man, the Giants ain't going. The Giants ain't going.
I wanted Shador here, and they got Jackson Dart. I haven't seen him play, but supposedly he's good.
You saw Shador all year, right?
Yes.
And how many times did you see Jackson Dart play on national team?
None. I only saw highlights of him. But they feel like he's gonna be good. Is he? Look, if he's better than Daniel Jones, that's great. That's great because Daniel Jones was crap, and I cannot believe that the Colts right now, Daniel Jones is in a QB battle with Anthony Richardson. Are you kidding me?
Right.
That's crazy. And he was supposed to be a future for the Colts, Anthony Richardson. And you're in a QB battle now, and they don't know who's going to be the starter? Like, something is wrong.
The same Anthony Richardson, but took himself out.
Took himself out the game, right.
Boy, man.
Anthony Richardson.
Like the kind of coddling that they do Anthony Richardson is amazing. Anybody else would have been cut,
right?
It would have been a journeyman throughout the league,
right?
I don't understand that. I just feel like it has to be better. It cannot get no worse. Like if they got a premier defensive player for our defense, God knows we needed that. We still have many needs. Like, you know, even if we didn't draft a receiver, we was gonna need one at some point. They got a QB. Hopefully he's good. I don't know if he plays the season. Maybe he doesn't. But I hope Russell Wilson give us at least the type of season that he gave the Steelers last year. Like, he was good for them until they got to the playoffs. But I would like to see that Russell Wilson at this point in his career.
Who's getting the start for the Giants this Saturday? For the Giants. The Giants, they're playing the Bills
The
at
Bills.
1 o'clock.
Buffalo. Wow, that's gonna be tough. Yeah, that's gonna be tough. We're gonna see. I want to see what they do, but yeah, I don't put no stock in preseason because it's preseason. But when the season start, hopefully they know what they got everything together. But
Yo, low key, I kind of want to see Jameson Winston.
you want to see him play?
No, I want to see Jameson Winston take some snaps with the first team because I can just imagine like Jameis Winston, happy-go-lucky, glass half full personality, and Malik Neighbors, like the high strong guy that is tightly wound and kind of has a volatile personality. I just want to see those guys, see how they would mesh.
I just feel like he's gonna mess up if you put him in the game. He's gonna throw an interception or he's gonna do something stupid because he's done it his whole career. Like every team he's been on, he's done that. I'm like, we can't play him. He got to be the last string. I'd rather play DeVito over him.
Yeah,
But
I mean, he did. I mean, Winston, he did have that one game in the snow where it was like he came.
Yeah, I remember that.
I think he came back to
that was a Monday Night Football game.
Yeah, I think they came back from behind, and Jameis Winston was doing some snow angel.
That was Cleveland and the Steelers, and I think Jerry Jeudy had a good game, and he had like 2 touchdowns in that game.
Yeah, and I remember like Jameis Winston, he did that post game interview like he had just won the Super Bowl, and he was like like a part-time MVP, and then part-time preacher. Like how Jameis talks, like once he gets in passion, he starts talking like he's a Baptist preacher.
Glad he was good.
As I was telling Triborough last week, I'm looking at the Giants' regular season schedule. Like, they got a brutal schedule for the first 4 games.
Yeah.
I mean, first week 1 they play the Commanders in Washington. Then week 2 they play the Cowboys, and then the first home game is against the Chiefs.
I feel like we could beat Dallas. I don't think anybody afraid of Dallas. I think all the problems Dallas have, I'm like, we could beat that. We could win that game. Out of the first 4 games, I feel like we could get Dallas. Maybe the Commanders, if we're lucky. But
from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like Jerry Jones, he doesn't know how to negotiate. That's what I get, because he keeps saying that when he's been trying to sign Micah Parsons, but Micah Parsons' agent won't return his phone calls, and I mean, something in the milk isn't white. Like, I don't understand how there's so much of miscommunication between an agent and a team. Like, this should be routine. Like I don't know why that has to be. And then
he does this for attention. This has been the problem with them for years. Like, the owner is bigger than the team at this point. He have his own podcast. He's talking to the media. He's saying the wrong things in the media. You're pissing your players off, to the point where you have CeeDee Lamb going on Twitter, and he's talking about Jerry needs to sign Mike, and the quarterback is speaking out. Like it's every year with this owner. And who wants to play for an owner like that, where he's going to come out and put you on blast?
If they remember last season, Jerry Jones, he waited until the season was about to start to re-sign Dax.
Right.
Like,
I don't know, man. I just feel like at this point out, I feel like that team is a joke, and the owner only care about being relevant than winning championships.
I mean, at this time of year, like, like all of this stuff should have been settled. I mean, there's going to be holdouts, but not this kind of acrimony. But like Don King, used to say, only in America, only with the Cowboys do you get this bullshit.
Yeah, I feel like we could beat the Cowboys. That's a winnable game. I feel Chiefs. I think that's going to be a loss. Who was the other teams? You said it was like the first four.
Yeah, the fourth after the Chiefs, week 4, Giants play the Chargers at home.
Yeah, that's at home in New York.
Yeah,
Chargers have a good team. I don't, they have a good team, but they're not like a great road team either though. So that could go either way.
But see, like the thing, like after like week 5, y'all play the Saints. That shit. Y'all should.
That's a win. That's a win.
But then after that, y'all play the Eagles.
Oh God, that's a loss. I can just predict. I mean, looking at the schedule, but everything, a lot of weird stuff could happen. But like just by looking at the schedule, I could be like, yo, this is a win. This could go either way. This is a loss. And Giants fans got to be realistic. Now, it would be nice if we could creep into the wild card, but I don't. Russell Wilson, I don't know. That's the wild card. That's how. I mean, no fan of a team is going to be like, oh, well, we have another losing season. Even with your Bears, like the Bears, for all the issues that they got, you got to think positive. Like, yo, we're going to make the playoffs this year. I'm telling you, like,
and with that roster, that schedule, y'all might not win another game until 2026.
They're against us, but stranger things have happened. They was that one year that we went to the playoffs with Daniel Jones, and everybody picked us to not make the playoffs, and we went. So
if they don't beat the Saints, bro, like the Saints is that game. If y'all don't beat the Saints,
we don't beat the Saints.
Hopefully, prayerfully, it's in Giant Stadium and not in New Orleans. Because if it's in New York, I think y'all got a chance.
No,
I think we got a chance in New Orleans.
No, the game the Giants play against the Saints is in New Orleans.
I'm not worried about the Saints. The Saints are not good. So,
but it's all over the internet. Like football fans every day, like they do these shows. They're like, yo, look at the Giants schedule. Like the Giants schedule is the talk around the internet.
I know
how tough it is, bro.
But stranger things can happen. Like maybe we could get the Commanders on a good night. When Jalen is not throwing. He's throwing a lot of interceptions or whatever, or defense just ain't playing right. So I'm not. They going by the on paper the stats like, oh, they're not supposed to win, but who knows? It's the NFL.
Yes,
but you're gonna have to. Use the ground to kind of keep Jaden Daniels off the field.
Right.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the Giants' running game because, like I'm looking at the depth chart right now, and Tyrone Tracy Jr., Devin Singletary.
Oh, they still got him? I thought they got rid of him.
They
might have to combo. They might have to use like a running back by committee, like Singletary and Tracy. Both of y'all got to step it up because their running game is weak. Like they haven't had a 1-2 combo since Ahmad Bradshaw and Brandon Jacobs here.
Yeah, because I don't picture, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but even when he was in Pittsburgh, like the amount of plays where Russell Wilson threw 30 yards downfield wasn't very much like the ground game is going to be key. And if Russell Wilson starts to chuck it up like 40 times a game, that's going to be a disaster.
Yeah. And the Scatterboo, whatever his name was, we have him also. I don't know some of these players. You know, Tracy Jr. was playing backup to Singletary last year, but I mean, hopefully he's good. I don't know. Their running game is in question. The receiving core is in question after Malik Neighbors. So I don't know if they can put some points on the board and we can keep Russell Wilson upward and not get sacked a lot of times, then maybe there's a chance. I don't know.
What about how do you feel about Darius Slayton?
I feel like he should have been. He's been there the longest out of all of them. You know what I'm saying? He should have already been a premier go-to receiver that we go. You know what I'm saying? And I don't feel like he's that, and he might never be that. He might always be a. Is he? What is he like a 2 or a 3? I don't even feel like he's a 2 on the depth chart. I feel like he's a 3 or 4.
No, he's 1.
Over Malik Neighbors?
No, I think they're at like because I'm looking at.
I feel like Neighbors is our Neighbors. Like Neighbors is our Garrett Wilson. You see how Garrett Wilson is like the Jets' best receiver? That's how Neighbors is for us. And it's like everybody else after that.
Like Darius Slayton is 1, then Jalen Hyatt. But it might be that Malik might be at the X and Dayton or Darius might be at the Z.
I feel like it's Neighbors and everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Neighbors is our go-to. That's our go-to player on offense.
And I take it Wandell, he's going to be the slot.
I mean, I don't know. I really don't know.
I'm looking at the depth chart right now. Like Malik, the ones are Malik Neighbors, Darius Slayton, and Wandell Robinson.
Yeah. They're not a threat though. You know what I'm saying? Like one week they have a good game and then they disappear for other weeks. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's nobody consistent other than Neighbors on that team.
I mean, you're gonna need like more than one player to go for 100,
right?
Because Malik Neighbors, like he shouldn't be the one. Like he's good, but he shouldn't be shouldering below that much.
They got to get him the ball though.
Yeah,
they got to get him the ball. That's your home run hitter. You got to get him the ball.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I went to the Browns official website, and man, these guys are fucking old.
Terrible too.
Man, Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, Deshaun Watson, Shador. Man, like if Shador can't beat out Kenny Pickett, that's a damn shame.
Exactly. And I think they know that too. They don't want to make it easy for him, but I think they know that already. You know, and they just signed a QB like yesterday. Tyler something. They signed another QB. They got 6 QBs on the roster.
Oh, okay. Then what I'm looking at is they haven't updated the website. Then
salute to DSJ. He said we don't have a reliable core. Exactly. We haven't had that in a long time. We haven't had that since like maybe the Eli Manning era. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what to say about the Giants. There's just many question marks. And to have a brutal schedule like that, they'd be lucky if they even win 5 games.
Hey, you remember last season? I was telling you, like Deion, like before Shador Sanders got drafted in the 5th round due to some politicking. Let's keep it at that.
Right.
I was saying Deion Sanders expressed he was unsure that he wanted his son to be in a market like New York.
Right.
And now, and now I'm sure Deion is thinking to himself, like, damn, I'd rather have my son in New York
Cleveland,
temptation and all, than his son to
right?
be tolerated by an owner that don't even want him.
DSJ said we don't even have a dual threat like Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, right? Like we had that at one point, we don't have that anymore, and that's both on the receiver, and running back, and I feel like we're gonna need that for Neighbors because they're gonna zone in on him, knowing that that's their only threat on offense. And when you get double teamed, who is Russell Wilson or whoever is that quarterback gonna throw the ball to?
And also keep in mind, Russell Wilson, he can be got like once that pocket collapses.
Right.
We've seen Russell Wilson, try to throw it out of bounds and throw it downfield and get several intentional groundings.
Mm-hmm. He can still run,
but he's not agile anymore. That's the difference.
Right. We don't want him to like have to run all the time and then he end up hurting himself. And I'm assuming Jackson Dort can run as well. I haven't seen him, so I don't know. James Winston.
He ain't tight, bro. He ain't tight. The Danny Cannell, Dave Brown, Kent Graham type where they can run a little bit, and they like that, bro. They think they can draft the next Fran Tarkenton. That's what that's their home run, bro. They like, we're gonna draft a Fran type, the Hollywood looking white quarterback, and beautiful eyes, great hair.
Right.
Can he play? Hell no, he can't play, but he looked good though.
And it's not lost on me that the Giants have never hired a black coach. It's 2025, man.
Right.
That's no excuse, man.
They might have to if Drabel don't have a winning season. They might have to hire somebody of color.
I'm telling you, man. Like anytime I see the Giants, I'm gonna be focusing on Drabel on the sideline, pulling out whatever hair is still left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because man, they're gonna give Drabel a heart attack.
Yeah.
One of these days, man.
Oh, man. I just hope
y'all don't have Drew Lock anymore?
Huh?
Yeah, I don't have Drew Lock. Used to look like a Hollywood stuntman. Drew Lock used to look like Lee Majors.
Right.
On the sideline, man. Like his football card used to look fantastic, bro. Like the football card, he like this on it. And you're like, God, that dude handsome, bro.
Mm-hmm.
But that dude couldn't play a lick of football, bro. Yeah, Kent Graham, Danny Cannell. Y'all remember Danny Cannell?
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah.
Remember Terry Collins? We had him.
Oh, I remember Kerry Collins.
Collins, yeah.
Yeah, man. Strong arm.
Right. Yes, I don't know. Hopefully, I could only hope, but that's what's going on in football. The ESPN today, they acquired the NFL Network and Red Zone. They also acquired WWE. They'll be showing their pay-per-views on. I'm hearing it's gonna be ESPN Plus. Because they have like more than one channel. So I mean, what does this mean for the NFL, and for wrestling?
You will see Stephen A. Smith pretending to know anything about wrestling.
I know. I was saying, I'm like, I would love to see Stephen A. cover WrestleMania or have a debate on First Take with like Seth Rollins or something.
Yeah, but to me, I think so. The consolidation, what it does is that it dilutes. It's going to dilute the coverage.
Yep.
Because everybody is going to be towing the company line. You can't have an opinion that deviates too much from public sentiment.
Right.
And Pat McAfee has already gone on record saying that's what's going to happen. I agree with him. And I am no Pat McAfee fan at all. I just think like some things for the sake of remaining you know, covering wrestling properly and giving it its proper context. It has to have some separation, and it doesn't have to be. And the thing, wrestling is so big, it doesn't need a bigger audience.
Right.
Like so many times you hear people say, "Well, you got to get bigger. You got to acquire a bigger audience. It has to go mainstream." Like WWE has its own niche.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what could ESPN do for WWE that it hasn't done for itself?
You know what's crazy? When SummerSlam happened over the weekend, they covered it, but it was like one of the analysts kind of made like a joke, like a sarcastic remark, like, and moving on to real sports. So they don't even consider wrestling a real sport.
That's right.
So that's why I was like, it don't really make sense for ESPN, because why would y'all spend all this money to pick up the WWE pay-per-views and y'all don't even consider it a real sport?
Because the E in ESPN stands for entertainment.
Entertainment, right?
Yeah, like they don't care. They don't care. It's the reason why they took Stephen A. Smith and tried to turn him into Howard Cosell. You remember Howard Cosell?
Yes, I remember.
Mm-hmm.
Howard Cosell was unique in that the way he moved always felt like, even though he was like arrogant and snobbish, he was like an arrogant and sports snob,
right?
With the underlining journalism part of it, right? Like Howard Cosell legit loved sports and journalism together. Stephen A. Smith just felt like hey, say this, Stephen A., to make somebody mad,
right?
But like how many sports teams, like you probably, each of us probably root for 4 or 5 sports entities, whether it's a wrestler, a football team, a boxer, a basketball team, whatever it is. Stephen A. Smith will legitimately say something about your fan base to keep you polarized. Like he'll say, like he got my cousin Jason hopping mad when he said the thing about Cade Cunningham.
Right.
Like my cousin Jay, they born and raised in the city, bro. They went from, when they were little, like they were little when the Pistons had Isaiah in them.
Right.
Right. So after that, they grew up in that Grant Hill / Allen Houston / good time. They were like teenagers growing up to be, and then that run that they made when they made the Eastern Conference Finals 6 times in a row, that was their thing, right? That's their championship run. Right, Stephen A. come on, like, yeah, Detroit can't build it right, man. They'll probably fire another. All this stuff that he say just to have you tune in. Like none of it's factual. It's all opinion, right? So you can't throw him away because it's his opinion. But he will say something like, "Oh, I'm sad. I'm about to cry because my Knicks can't get it right." And yo, how these are your Knicks? And when they lose, they're not your Knicks. When they win, and he from Hollis,
right?
How you from Hollis and you just come on, man.
There's a lot of people that's how they feel about the Knicks. Like one minute they're rooting for them, the next minute they can't root for them because something always goes wrong. So he's one of them. I know people that's like that. Like they can't root for the Knicks anymore.
And like another thing about Stephen A. Smith is that, unlike Howard Cosell never made himself part of a story.
Right.
Like part of being a journalist is that you want to be objective and have you want to have a purview of the story that you're not a part of. You're just trying to report the facts, and you're trying to give the audience pertinent information that the public needs to know. This dude would pick a verbal fight with Kevin Durant He has all kind of verbal skirmishes and then winds up apologizing for it, the next day. Like, he doesn't stand for nothing. Like if an opinion is very controversial, then he will apologize. Like, for example, when he had was it? I think it was when he remember when who was the Baltimore player that committed domestic violence?
Ray Rice.
Ray Rice.
Yeah.
And then Michelle Beadle, she broke company protocol by criticizing a fellow colleague about it. The next, a couple of days later, they had to have like a domestic violence expert break down why what he said about women shouldn't provoke men was unacceptable. And he's the same guy that says, I don't give a damn what black people think. I don't give a damn what anybody else thinks about what I have to say. So he is he's becoming a cult of personality.
But the thing with this little back and forth with the players, I don't necessarily blame him. He's only getting coverage for that because of where he's at and the money that he's making on ESPN. Because that happened to me with Dwight Howard, and I didn't even know Dwight Howard was on. I made a comment on the page, and I didn't even know he was on the page, and he saw what I wrote, and he had an issue with that. So I don't blame Stephen A. because right now in the social media era, players go back and forth with fans. We've seen it with Kevin Durant after he won a title with the Warriors, and he's going back and forth with fans on Twitter. And I'm like, you are a two-time MVP, you are a two-time Finals MVP. You got the 2 championships with the Warriors. Why do you care what people got to say online? It made no sense. So I've seen that happen already, but I feel like it's more out there, and the media is gonna focus on it because it's Stephen A. He's gonna rub people the wrong way with what he says, and 9 times out of 10 I agree with him when it comes to the sports, and then the other stuff is like that's his opinion. I don't, what I'm saying. Everybody have their opinion. It's like I can't really knock him for feeling some type of way about a player, but what is he gonna? What does this mean? The wrestling part, at least. What does this mean for ESPN? Because I'm like, they don't cover wrestling at all, and who's gonna cover it? Is it gonna be Stephen A. or they gonna have Molly on there or Mad Dog?
God.
You know what I'm saying? So that part I don't understand. I'm like, why would they spend like $1 billion to get wrestling on their network and they don't even cover wrestling like that?
Hey man, can I need to sustain from this one?
Uh-huh.
I think wrestling now to me has been whack.
Right.
And it's not that the people aren't talented, but it's like for me, you see the same archetype of wrestler come through. They cycle through the same type of guy. The original guy. I fell in love again with WWE during the CM Punk era because I felt like CM Punk was different. Right. But then with WWE, man, you have the blonde heartthrob, the dude with all the blonde hair. You have the pretty boy, right? You have the crazy dude with the screw loose, and I'm like, we need another like archetype of like wrestler, somebody, especially in the social media age where you can follow these guys and put it out there, like and I know WWE is in the forefront of doing content because I used to watch the Miz show. Yeah, I remember when the Miz had the show.
Uh-huh.
Yo, I remember when he was on the Real World.
Yeah, you feel me? Like my thing is, and I don't want to sound like somebody over 30 that always compares the new stuff to the old stuff.
Right.
Right. Because we tend to, once you get to a certain age, you tend to do that a little bit. Right. But there are some things like, if you're going to keep redoing archetypes, man, where is your Heartbreak Kid archetype? Where is your Bret the Hitman Hart archetype? right? Like the guys, where's your Dungeon Family like archetype? Like, you know what I'm saying, with Stu Hart and all of them, you training all these guys in this chamber and they all come out and be fantastic wrestlers. Right. I hadn't watched it. So like my son, one of my sons, like my baby boy, I think he right at that age. Like I keep telling him, he about to turn 30, right? So he like, nah, man, you gotta watch it. And I'm like, no, I don't. He's like, well, how you gonna criticize if you don't watch it? Listen, man, I'm a casual now. I think the WWE pushed me into being a casual.
Right.
Right. I wish I wasn't a casual because I remember Gorilla Monsoon, like seeing Gorilla Monsoon walk out with the tights, right? He didn't have shorts; he had tights on. I was like, wow, this man got tights on. And he came out. Gorilla Monsoon came out with this move. It was a finisher called the body slam.
Right.
Like if he slammed your body on the mat, you was done for. Now everybody body slam, bro. Body slam, you ain't even hurt no more.
Right.
Somebody get body slammed, the ring be bouncing and all this stuff, and you like these things. Yeah, I remember when the clothespin used to be a finisher. Like, oh, he's setting him up for the clothespin, and when they do the clothespin, bro, in your mind you imagine somebody's face getting busted and teeth everywhere, right? When people got clothespin, they be spitting. Oh no, he's spitting out a molar. Now people get clothespin, it ain't.
Yeah.
And y'all remember the Dudleys? Remember the Dudleys? The Dudley era?
They're having their last match against the Hardy Boys coming up.
Bro, there was a time 20 years ago when the Dudley Boys with the one, he would get that look in his face, like he would just stop and be standing out of space. And you're like, oh, he going crazy.
Bubble Ray.
Now, bro, when I watch it, just look like gymnasts that make a lot of money, that appear to be strong, and all these things. And then you remember, I don't know if y'all remember this thing. This turned out to be a surprising skill. Y'all remember when the announcers used to cut all the promos?
Yeah.
Friday night at the Connecticut Civic Center, and then one time I can't remember who. I think it was. Superstar Billy Graham, the dude is cutting the promo like live Friday night at the such and such Civic Center, and Superstar Billy Graham went over and snatched the mic and just fumbling with it. It was like, oh yeah, and like cutting the promo live. It was like, oh my god, Superstar. Now everybody is like, y'all notice that like everybody cut promos now. They cut to a wrestler so you can talk on a microphone.
Yeah, but not all of them can cut a promo. That's the problem.
That's the thing. The thing about the promos was they were not meant to be polished.
Right.
It had to be like spur of the moment type thing. Like Mean Gene would catch somebody. Mean Green would catch Randy Savage coming out of the locker room. He'd just be sitting there talking, and then Macho Man would just walk out and be like, oh, there's Macho Man. And Macho Man would be like,
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And now they have like promo areas where dudes go over and they polish their lines. They got it written down. Chat GPT probably told them what to say. You know what I'm saying?
I think that the talent is there. They need to make a storyline for a lot of them because they're not compelling. They're boring in the ring.
Right.
So it's like if you're not a Roman Reigns or Cody Rhodes, they need a storyline for a lot of them, and you don't see that. So they end up cutting a lot of them, and the other wrestlers end up going to AEW or to like TNA, the other competitive federations, But I still love it. I just feel like it's more glorified now more than ever, and I don't see how ESPN is going to help that. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand it. There has to be more going on in the deal besides just them showing the pay-per-views.
And a lot of the female wrestlers, they're pretty much the same archetype as the male wrestlers, like overly sexualized.
Yeah.
You got the scantily clad femme fatale.
Yeah.
Wrestler that is like the Billy Badass, and the other female wrestler got to prove that she's more really badass than her. And when you see them wrestle, it just looks like the old female wrestlers. They used to wrestle in baby oil. In the backyard. Like it just doesn't like remember China?
Yep.
Like China was dynamic.
It was great.
She was an Amazonian woman.
Mm-hmm.
She had a lot of brawn, but she was still feminine, and she was still very savvy and witty.
Right.
Like when I think when China passed away, I think it left a big void. It left a vacuum that 20 years of female wrestlers can't fill in.
Yeah, I mean, it took at least 20 years for like the evolution that they call it now, like for the women to be top level, where their main events in WrestleMania and SummerSlams and stuff. They wasn't doing that before, but it had to come a long way. But I feel like the women have better talent now. When you look at Becky and Charlotte Flair and Bianca Belair and Nia Jax and a lot of the NXT women wrestlers, Jade and Carthill and Stephanie Valcour. I think they have a bright future. That's something we couldn't say 20 years ago when it was just basically Trish and Lita and everybody else.
Yeah.
And Lita, man.
Yeah, Lita was great, and they've come a long way,
And Lita was like a small woman, but she's, very fiery, very strong, deceptively strong.
Yeah. And she came in with the Hardy Boys. That's our fam, and when you think Hardy Boys, Lita is like right there with her. She had she even had matches with them, like mixed tag matches, and she's a legend. I agree with DSJ. Like I've been saying this, like they don't know how to promote a lot of the talent. LA Knight came out recently and said he was mad at the creative writers because they wasn't booking him in like the main event. Like for me, I don't feel like he's a main event wrestler right now. I think some of the time, especially when they have the wrestlers in like the indie market like NXT and they rush them up to the bar roster, they don't know what to do with them. Like they did that with Carmelo Hayes. They buried him, Karrion Kross, same issue with him, where he was a great NXT champion and they put him on the roster and he's a jobber. And his contract is up this weekend. And I don't feel like they're gonna re-sign him unless they plan on making him a main event wrestler. I feel like he's earned it already. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of those wrestlers, they don't know how to book them. You know what I'm saying? And they end up, like I said, they end up leaving the company and going to AEW or going to TNA and becoming stars over there. We saw that happen with what's her name? Sasha Banks. And she ended up leaving, and she was a star already at WWE, and she ended up leaving and going to AEW. Now she got like 8 or 9 titles from different federations. You know what I'm saying? So that only makes them look stupid, and it's like, yo, how could you let Sasha Banks leave and go to AEW, who's like the opposing company, and now she got like 8 or 9 belts in other federations?
Yeah.
Delano said Karrion Kross deserved better. The fans have demanded it. He's gotten over with the audience, but the doofus son-in-law hasn't given him a push. Yeah, I agree. Like they brought him up to SmackDown, and he was a jobber. They even gave him his own stable for a minute, the Final Testament, and that didn't work out. And there were people mad at SummerSlam that he lost to Sami Zayn, and I've never saw that. I'm like that they were actually mad. And Sami Zayn is the face, and they're mad at the face beat the heel. I just feel like they gotta get better. I don't feel like every talent needs a story. You know what I'm saying? It's like just build what they've been through in their real life as that, without giving them a stable storyline. You know what I'm saying? And they really should hold back on sending certain talent up to the main roster. Like there's some that deserve it. Like I feel like Trick Williams had already been promoted and he's the TNA champion. I don't know why they're waiting. You know what I'm saying? And he's facing the Undertaker. Undertaker's like 80 years old. Like why is he in a feud with Undertaker at this point? You know what I'm saying? Carmelo Hayes, they need to do something with him. If you're not gonna promote him, then send him back down to NXT. But there needs to be something that they do when they send these wrestlers up to the roster early. You know, Jay Uso, I love Jay Uso. I feel like they rushed him into being the heavyweight champion when I don't feel like he was ready. Not just yet. Not when you have other stars like CM Punk who came back to the company and Drew McIntyre, who they both screwed over for bigger names like Cody Rhodes and for Seth Rollins. And those people really should be champions right now. You know, but with Jay, it's like he's gonna be the future of the company. But I feel like they rushed him. They rushed to put the belt on him, and then they stripped it away from him to put it back on Gunther. You know what I'm saying? Now you have Gunther out for a couple months, so they have to figure out some things with their talent over there. Alana said, yeah, Toni Storm, she's a great wrestler. Swerve Strickland as well. He's come a long way. You know what I'm saying? And they're getting the push over at AEW. Whereas if they were in WWE now, they probably would, especially Swerve. I don't think they would promote Swerve at all. You know, but as a wrestling fan, I want to see there's people complaining like, oh, the pay-per-views are gonna be like $30 extra. Well, I'm like, I watch this shit for free on Fire Stick. If you have a Joe Broken Fire Stick, you know what I'm talking about. I watch it for free, so I ain't got to worry about Peacock and all those other subscriptions you got to pay for. That's what I suggest people do. Like, don't pay for the subscriptions. Go around it and just get yourself a Fire Stick and get those apps on you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But as a wrestling fan, I want to see what does this mean for wrestling, because I know what it means for the NFL.
And for wrestling, it means it's the beginning of the end. For WWE, I mean, it means it's the beginning of the end.
And in terms of promotion or
existence, right? Because what happens is, and unfortunately, I work in a field where I see it all the time.
Right.
Kind of like y'all remember Red Lobster?
Yeah.
Remember how Red Lobster used to be a thing, and then they got bought out, and then Red Lobster turned into Waffle House.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think that's what's going to happen to WWE. I think Disney is going to drain it of all the assets they possibly can out of it, right? Then when it's struggling, what they'll do is buy up the other entities and combine them all together, and then maybe keep the main name, right? Like not TNA. I think, which one is the most impressive right now? AEW.
AEW.
They'll probably buy them and merge them together. You know, and then keep one of the names.
Is it possible, being that it's a part of Disney now, that they might change it to all PG and it's no blood and gore and cut back on the violence and stuff?
No, I don't think so.
No, I hope not, because I don't. They're in a good place on Netflix where they can pretty much get away with a lot. I don't want it to be like we lived through the PG era when Cena was there, and it wasn't a great. That's not what fans wanted to see. We wanted it to go back to Semi being the Raw Attitude Era, and I hope with this ESPN acquisition that they don't go back fully to like making it all family and PG and.
Have you seen Daredevil on Disney Plus?
I saw the show. Yeah, I saw the show.
A lot of
I love it.
A lot of blood and guts, bro.
Yeah. The Marvel, the MCU is totally different from Mickey Mouse.
I know.
So like when you see like Daredevil and the Punisher and Jessica Jones, Iron Fist, like that's like the street level Marvel heroes. Luke Cage. Let's keep it that way. Keep it dark and gritty. We don't need Captain America is very different from Daredevil.
I think that the plus to it is by being acquired by Disney is all the great matches that we've seen over the years of being warehoused in one place so you can go back. I think WWE tried that a long time ago with WWE.com, and you had to do a membership, and they had certain fights up there,
right?
Certain matches. But I think that the thing about that is if they do it like they did Disney and put it in a place where you can go back and follow one wrestler profile, say it's Macho Man Randy Savage, you can go back and watch all Savage's,
right,
fights over the years and all.
I mean, but even the kids love the blood and the violence, though. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got to give the fans what they want, even if they're young. Like they want that. They want to see that. It's been put in video games,
right?
So I just want to know. And I think hopefully they would cover it and take it more seriously than they have in the past. Where if you're covering NFL or NBA or baseball, hey, we got wrestling tonight. Let's cover Monday Night Raw or SmackDown on Fridays. That's what I would like to see as a wrestling fan on ESPN. Other than that, I don't really know. I hope it doesn't change, into anything bad. But hopefully, keep it the same Netflix and the SmackDown and all the other stuff. Hopefully, it's just the pay-per-view events. Like I said, people don't have to pay the $30 extra. You know what I'm saying? They can go around what you see. There's ways to go around all that. You know what I'm saying? And don't make them any richer. There's ways to go around that stuff. People got to be smart about it, though.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I don't condone bootlegging, but just like sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yo, who's the WWE champ right now?
On Raw, it's Seth Rollins, and then on SmackDown, it's Cody Rhodes. And that's another thing. They've been doing this draft for like the last 10, 15 years. And I feel like the draft benefits Raw because that's the flagship show that's been around longer.
Right.
And it's been around like 30 years. And then SmackDown came in the 2000s, and they have talent on SmackDown. It's just that they don't get the same promotion like the roster on Raw do. And I'm hoping with the ESPN thing that it's a balanced playing field where ESPN can cover the SmackDown matches as well as the Raw matches, so that can shed more light on the SmackDown talent. Because other than Cody Rhodes, he's actually going off to film, they're doing a Street Fighter reboot movie, and he's playing Guile in Street Fighter. So you just won the title at SummerSlam from John Cena, and supposedly he's not going to be there for every.
John Cena got to be 45 years old.
Who, John Cena?
Yeah.
Well, this is his last year. He's retiring in December.
Okay.
But Cody is the face right now going forward, and he's not your new champion is not going to be there for like the next 2 or 3 months.
Cody Rhodes is Dusty Rhodes' grandson, right?
That's his son. I
thought Goldust was his son.
Nah, it's Goldust and Cody. They're brothers.
Cody must be 40 something also then, right?
But he's younger than Cena. But the thing with him is he was there at the WWE on SmackDown like 15, 20 years ago, but he wasn't promoted.
I remember.
He got buried with the other talent. Huh?
Because he was garbage.
No, he wasn't garbage. I just felt like, again, like their roster wasn't developed back then. Like it was more about Taker and Cena. When John Cena was still there before he got traded to Raw, it was more about them.
I remember he came in around the same time as Randy Orton. You remember Randy Orton?
Yes.
Like you remember when there was like an influx of
that legacy, the stable legacy with Kim, Randy, and Ted DiBiase Jr.
Yeah.
But Randy went on. They promoted Randy. He went on to become a champion multiple times. And Cody,
Randy was exciting, bro.
He is.
Randy Orton legit was exciting, man. All he did was use Stone Cold Steve Austin's move, except he did it on the move.
Right.
Like he legit, like Randy Orton had it. Cody was Quentin
They didn't
Grimes.
know how to promote him, and the gimmicks he had, like dashing Cody Rhodes and Stardust, it was whack. And he had to go away for it. Him and CM Punk really put AEW on the map to where they at now, because he did so great at AEW and then going to New Japan and being part of the Bullet Club stable, and he had to find himself. And now that he's back, it's a different Cody Rhodes, to the point where he's marketable now. Now you can put the title on him. Now people love him. You know what I'm saying? But without your champion, who are they going to depend on SmackDown? Randy Orton? He's not the same Randy Orton that he was 20 years ago.
Nah.
You know what I'm saying? Like he's been injured. He has a bad neck. He has other injuries, a back as well. And you can't. Randy's not gonna carry that show for the next 2 or 3 months. So they're gonna have to do something.
Right.
You know, and I that's why I feel like if ESPN is doing this, make sure you cover both shows, because they have both shows now, but one is stronger than the other one. And that's what I don't like about the draft, because Vince started this whole draft thing, and he made SmackDown weaker than Raw, because Raw is their flagship show. So they put all the big names on Raw, and then they put like the young up and coming talent on SmackDown that they don't promote. And then you got like the main 1 or 2 stars on there. You know what I'm saying? But they gotta even it out where a lot of those talent on the SmackDown roster get their shine as well.
There was a time when SmackDown was
great,
supreme, right?
Yeah,
it was supreme.
When it first started in the 2000s, and The Rock and Triple H and Kane, because you had wrestlers, they had to do both shows during the week. It wasn't just they do Raw and that's it. They have to do Raw and SmackDown, and that name really comes from The Rock. In his speeches, you know, he would be like, I'll lay the SmackDown, and that's where the name come from. So The Rock was promoting that show when he was actually still a star in wrestling and wrestling every week. Now he's a big movie star.
You know that name comes from. I saw a thing where they were talking about the name, and all his sayings came from Dr. Dre's first album, The Chronic.
Really?
Like the term SmackDown.
SmackDown
is a term that they got from The Chronic. And
I don't remember what part that Dre said SmackDown in
wasn't that from Nothing But a G thing?
I can't. I don't know. I don't know, but I heard them do that, and it was like 3 of the dudes. Like when they were building up, when they were turning The Rock into The Rock, they were like some things like they got off the Chronic album. Like I did something like, "Hey, what's your name, boss? Who cares what your name is?" That's from the Chronic. That's from the Chronic. That's from the Chronic, right?
That's crazy.
And all this, all these sayings, like they were, because they used to ride around together trying to figure out gimmicks, and the album they would listen to was The Chronic,
right?
And so, like, The Rock is like getting only, and what's the big, huge neck wrestler, the black dude, the strongest man ever?
Oh, Mark Henry.
And Mark Henry and Mark Henry and a dude, D'Lo, I think his name was
D'Lo Brown. Yeah.
They were like helping The Rock find his niche.
Wow.
And so they were like riding around all the time because they were a crew, right?
I don't even remember. I don't remember Dre saying SmackDown on Let Me Ride. That's crazy.
Oh yeah,
it was on Let Me Ride.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes, right. Yep.
Fire. Let Me Ride is a classic. That's one of my favorite songs from The Chronic.
Well, what's the lyric from Let Me Ride?
I'm trying to remember. I don't remember Dre saying SmackDown on Let Me Ride.
I think Snoop said it.
Oh, Snoop said it?
I think Snoop said
but he was Snoop only on the chorus though. He was only on the chorus.
Right. I'm gonna see if ChatGPT can find it.
That's dope. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, man.
Wow. See, it all goes back to hip hop.
And if your woman want a trip, I'm gonna have to put this. Oh, it's from Nothing But a G thing. It's on.
Oh, okay.
Because what do you say? Because if I slip, then I'm slipping. But if I got my knee in the bed, you know I'm straight tripping. Now I'm gonna continue to put the rap.
Oh, that's right. You said something about the SmackDown.
The SmackDown.
For a MacDown or something like that.
Yeah, it
goes. My MacDown.
And if you bitches talk shit, okay. I'm gonna put the SmackDown.
Fire. Damn, they have to go all the way back to '92 for that term. You know what I mean?
Right.
But you know, Can't See Me.
Huh?
The first time I heard You Can't See Me
Yeah.
was from Keep the Head Ringing by Dre.
Right.
Okay.
That's right. That's right. He did say that you said that like at the end of the song, right?
Yeah.
He's like, you can't see me, but I can see you.
Right, exactly.
Wow.
John Cena, he took that and just ran with it for an entire career.
I mean, he probably would never admit that, though.
He must be a big Dr. Dre fan.
He probably would never admit that he got it from Dre.
But remember John Cena first came out, he was a rapper, right?
Yes. That's when you had the whole Dr. Thugonomics gimmick.
Yeah.
But that was fire. Like I wish he would go back to that because he actually had some bars.
I mean, a lot of white boys were rappers back then. Y'all remember Beverly Hills 90210?
Right. Oh yeah, Brian Austin Green. He put out an album, yeah.
And it was trash.
Yeah, like
yo, man, like, but you know what, like, man, like that era is hella hilarious because didn't who was the actor that played Bud on Married with Children?
Married with Children, David Faustino,
Grandmaster B.
Yeah, he rhymed too.
Yeah, like I was like damn, like the white boys really into hip hop.
Yeah. That's when everybody thought they could write. Even the Simpsons. Remember the Simpsons put out an album and they had Bart rhyming on that album.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say like
a cartoon music video.
It was, bro. I was like, that was like the bad part of rap when everybody thought they could rhyme. I'm like, we have Vanilla Ice. That's bad enough. We don't need a cartoon character that's rapping on an album as well.
Yeah, and
for a minute, I mean to interrupt. For a minute, I thought like rap music was going to become like disco.
Yeah,
like y'all remember Disco Duck?
I remember that.
I had that album, bro.
Oh my!
Yo, yeah, I thought it was going to be on that time.
The irony is the album actually came with a watch.
Wow.
Yeah, like when you bought the album, it came with like a white watch with a disco duck on it. Like
the Bartman.
Yeah.
That was the thing, yo. Like 91, they were making like the t-shirts. Like you had like the Bartman and he's dressed up as Batman with the mask and the cape, and then you had the Jamaican Rasta Bart. Like they were making everything out of Bart Simpson and put it on a t-shirt.
Yo, at the end of the Around the Way girl video by LL, he's right in front of a mascot wearing the Bartman t-shirt.
Yep.
Crazy.
That and Just Do It t-shirts. Remember Just
Do
It?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. That was an ever.
The point when the girls used to have all the pins of their favorite singers. Remember that?
Yep. I would love for Supreme to like bring back those t-shirts because I was like a fan of those t-shirts. We had like Bart dressed up as like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Pizza Bart, and like yo, oh man, it was crazy.
Man, Mutant Ninja Turtles, man, you brought me back, man. Michelangelo.
Yeah, bro. Like I know me and Reg was actually gonna do a whole live stream for the Turtles because like there's this Turtles collector on Instagram and he's like the biggest Turtles collector ever. I'm like, yo, we got to bring this guy on the show where we can talk about like our favorite episodes from like the 87 OG series. So we're gonna try to do that at some point. But yeah, I love the Turtles, man, definitely. Yep. Rocka, I forgot that I saw this. Rocka had brought this to my attention about the BT network is no longer doing the Soul Train Awards and Hip Hop Awards. How do we feel about that? Me personally, I don't care because I haven't watched the Hip Hop Awards in forever, and the Soul Train Awards don't even mean nothing anymore. But I mean, if y'all have any thoughts on it, like, is it a good thing? Is it bad? Do award shows even mean anything anymore?
Not to me, man. It all is.
Yeah. I don't feel like award shows matter anymore. I feel like there was an era for that, and I feel like we're past that now. Does it still mean something to the artists? I mean, other than the Grammys, I think the Grammys is still like the only important award show in the Oscars, basically. Like VMAs, I don't get hyped for the VMAs no more like I used to.
Nah.
That was a thing in the 80s and 90s when like people would schedule like, yo, the VMAs is coming on. We got to see the red carpet showing what Jay-Z's gonna come out wearing, and Beyonce and Pink. And I feel like that time has came and went. I don't feel like it like the VMAs are relevant anymore, or American Music Awards, the Billboard Awards. All of those award shows to me like don't matter anymore.
Yeah.
I still watch the Grammys, and I feel like the Grammys have gotten better. Like they had a good Grammy show this year. I feel like they're honoring more of our hip hop artists that they should have did a long time ago. They're taking the time now to actually give flowers to legends like Roxanne Shante, who got her first Grammy this past February. And
Yeah, she was all right, bro.
she was all right. She was a little bit more than all right, but just for them, like they wouldn't have did that back in the day. Like now they're giving special Grammys to our legends in hip hop. That should have happened a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? The nominations when it comes to rap album of the year, like having Nas finally get one for King's Disease, having Freddie Gibbs and Alchemist get nominated. Like those are they're making the right nominations, whereas you're not putting Drake in rap for everything. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's really like the only that and the Oscars, like the only two award shows that still matter now. Everything else is like the BET Awards I actually watched this year. It was actually good, and that's like the first time that I watched it in years, because I feel like over the past couple of years they were bad. But they made a conscious effort for that show at least to to be funny, have the right host, and to honor our legends. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully they continue to do that. But other than that, I just feel like a lot of those other award shows where you had Dick Clark was, making sure that the American Music Awards were good. And you had the Billboard Awards at one time, and people cared about, chart positioning and all that. And, that mattered at one point. I don't watch the iHeart Radio Awards. I think Nickelodeon still do their award show. I don't watch that. So there's a lot of award shows that I just skip. But Soul Train Awards, that used to matter in our household, and there's no more Soul Train. Like that show has been canceled for years, and they still have the award show. I don't feel like the award show even matter anymore. They don't promote it. You never know when it's gonna come on. Right. It's like if people are not watching it, then why continue to do it?
Right.
A part of me thinks
something just run their cost though.
A part of me wonders who at BET and the Soul Train Awards pissed off Trump, because like Trump had Stephen Colbert show canceled.
Mm-hmm.
Then he got into a verbal war of words with a certain obnoxious personality.
Right.
But with that said, I agree. Like the idea of award shows in 2025 is, to me, is outdated.
Yeah.
Like award shows. Well, I think award shows of certain genres are just outdated, right, and outmoded. Like to me, when it comes to the BET Hip Hop Awards or the Soul Train Awards, the music is not driving people to watch.
Right.
I mean, I think like I read an article that said that the BET Awards, like the viewership has gotten is shrunk in increments. Right. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that people can customize their own listening and
Big
viewing
playlist.
experiences. Like I don't
Yeah.
have to look at TV to see a video. I don't have to, look at BET to see my favorite artist. I can find artists that not only uh, radio plays, but what radio isn't playing. Like right now, like Alchemist, has several new albums out with Freddie Gibbs. Like I think there's more energy and excitement for Alchemist, for Clips,
Right.
For um, RJ Payne, for Stove God. There's more energy around these fringe artists than the glitz and glamour of these corporate televised events. And I think when it comes to hip hop, I think when it comes to award shows, like some things need to be scaled back. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like sometimes things can become so big that it loses its original appeal.
Right.
For example, like in the uh, micro, if you look at battle rap, the appeal of battle rap was these are lyrical titans that are pitting their talent and their competitive edge against each other.
Mm-hmm.
And Smack, he created a league that had a street aesthetic, but it was raw, it was grimy, and it was a little bit dangerous.
Right.
Because like the face-offs and some of the things said in battles started to spill over off away from the stage.
Right.
But a couple years down the line, you got Drake sponsoring battle rap on Caffeine. It's on a corporate stage where there's corporate sponsors. There's all kind of weird props that make it look Hollywood.
Right.
And some things are just meant to be niche. And I think when it comes to hip hop, I think the best spirit of it is when it is niche, when it's not to be enjoyed by any and everybody.
Right.
That's why I'm not really shedding tears over the suspension or cancellation of the BET Awards.
I agree with both DSJ and 16 Bars, Salute 16. He said bring back that Source magazine energy. The only problem is who's reading the Source now in this album. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, that they had one of the most memorable Source awards in history in 1995, but who's reading that magazine anymore? And I agree with what DSJ said. Like, why are we still having award shows for shows that are no longer on? Soul Train been going for like at least 20, 25 years. Why is there still a Source Awards? And the VMAs, MTV don't show videos on their main network, at least. Like, you got to go on streaming to find that they show videos on their other channels. But on their main channel, where they have like, Ridiculousness and Teen Mom OG and all these other reality shows, Love and Hip Hop is over there now. It's like, why are we still having the VMAs? They don't show videos anymore. So that like I said, like that's why I feel like those award shows are not relevant no more, because they were relevant at one point when MTV was showing videos 24 hours a day. They don't do that no more. Instead, they got multiple channels where you can go on streaming and still see MTV Jams, but it's on streaming. And unless you have that, that app, you're not gonna even know that they're still showing videos. But you got to go to streaming for that. Now, on their main channel is where all the reality crap is at. You know what I'm saying? But the VMAs to me are not relevant anymore. You know what I'm saying? And they still have it. I remember even Justin Timberlake. I said one point when he was at a VMAs that there's still, and he won an award, and he's like, why is he winning awards for videos, and they don't show videos no more. And you would think
And
from
also with
Justin Timberlake, one of the biggest pop stars that they had on at one point, during the TRL era, that they would have stopped doing the VMAs as soon as he said that, but they're still doing it. It's gonna be on the VMAs, I think, in either the end of this month or September. They're doing it, and I could care less. You know what I mean? Same with the BT Awards. It's like BT now is showing they have original programming for their network, but they're not showing videos no more.
and also
There's no
with
more
the
Rhapsody or Video Soul or Midnight Love or Uncut. Or Island. Was it Island Vibes with Rachel? They don't have that no more. So
oh yeah.
why are we still having a BET Awards? Like, what's the hype? Like, I did like this year only because they paid homage to 106 in Park. That was a big show back in the 2000s for them. So I like the fact that they paid homage to one of their older shows. But other than that, it's like you can't do that every year. You know what I'm
And
saying? So why if you're gonna do a BET Award show, are you doing it just for music now? Like the including, you got to include streaming, and a lot of these artists now are big because of streaming. But other than that, it's like, what, you can't be still doing that award show for the station because the station don't show videos no more.
and also with the BET Hip Hop Awards, the live performances are garbage. Like these, like the people that they book,
Mhm.
they are not good live performers. Like you can just sense it from the time they walk onto the stage,
Right.
into the spotlight. They're just mailing it in.
Right.
And the only time that you see any effort is during the ciphers.
Exactly. I will say this though, and I totally, when I heard Unc say this, I totally was against it when he prefers a Glorilla over Guru. But I will say this: I thought Glorilla's performances this year was good. Like, I think she performed at least 3 times at the BT Awards. She did one performance by herself, and then she had came out. Keisha Cole. She did a song with Keisha Cole, and she had come out later. But I thought Glorilla's performances at the BT Awards was good, so I will give her that. But like 16 said, pay homage to our legacy artists still dropping dope albums. I agree. But how do you go about doing a 2 to 3 hour show that's just based off of like legacy artists dropping albums in this era? You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure there's a way that they could do it, but it's like I think they would have to include the new artists as well, to not make it like a age bias type of thing. Like, oh well, this award show is just for the older heads. What about the young generation is going to complain?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got to like celebrate both. So like if they do if they continue moving forward to do the award show and they pay homage to the legacy artists like Nas and Slick Rick and Raekwon, they also got to pay homage. They would have to like celebrate the young artists dropping music. Like a Doshi or like a Glorilla. Or JID. He's about to drop a new album. So I think there's a way to do it though.
I will say if they do bring back the BET Hip Hop Awards, in a few years,
Mhm.
I would like to see them do away with the ciphers. Because for one thing, when the ciphers were aired for the first 4 or 5 years,
Right.
it was genuine, it was dope. You can it meant something to be a part of a cipher and try to stand out from your peers.
Right.
But once it got to the point where there's like R&B singers like doing a cipher, and you got
Mhm.
Kevin Hart,
I remember that.
doing like the chocolate dropper cipher. Like once
Right.
it becomes a caricature and a parody of itself, just do away with it because it jumped the shark to
I
me.
mean, but remember there was one cipher that they did with Erica Badu, and they had like the R&B cipher. Where I think Jasmine Sullivan was a part of one. So it's doable. It's just that not everybody could do it though. That's the thing. They would have to like be real selective in picking for the R&B cipher who can actually do it, who can actually there's artists that can sing and rap. They would have to be selective with that. And then when it comes to the hip hop side of things, as far as the new artists, it's like we know a lot of these new artists now can't freestyle. So how do you go about picking, what MC from this era can we have in a cipher with a Rakim or with the
Man,
KRS
go
One?
ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro. You know you don't have an answer for that. Try.
I don't. But I'm saying like, but when it comes to like the young artists, remember there was a time when you had was it Ray Shrummer that was on Hot 97 that they refused to freestyle. It was them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they refused to freestyle over a Primo beat, right? A lot of these young artists can't rap.
They was calling that track. Man, that old beat. You remember
Right,
that?
exactly. So they number one, they can't really rap, and then you want them to do a freestyle, they're not going to be open to doing that. So you got to be real selective in picking who should be a part of the cipher. Because I know if I got Eminem in the cipher, it got to be somebody of his caliber, like a Black Thought, in that cipher.
But you know what though, like just to expound on what you're saying, I would like to see like in the beginning, DJ Premier, he was the one that was the point person in organizing the MCs to participate in the cipher.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it may be time for somebody younger than Primo, to kind of be the bridge to create a new energy. If it's not a cipher, but create a new energy.
Who are you picking? You picking Hit Boy or Metro Boomin?
And that's what I'm getting at. I really don't know what figure in hip hop today can create a showcase for talent that is in the 18 to 30-year-old range. Because as great as Primo is, Primo may have some blind spots. Like if you're trying to create a showcase that can appeal to a younger audience, Primo may need somebody that is younger than him to at least keep a post on what's happening.
I would tap the Alchemist because he's been the bridge between the old school and the new school for many years now. And him doing albums with Currency and what you see, Freddie Gibbs, they just came out with Alfredo 2, already one of the best albums of the year, right? And supposedly he's doing an album with Future. I would have Alchemist handpick the artist for the cipher.
I like that.
I would say don't do it, man. I wouldn't even do it.
You wouldn't let him do it?
No. So, bro, award shows, ciphers, like live performances nowadays are like the NBA dunk contest, bro.
It
like
is.
You've seen so many different dunks over the years. It's like now a cow could jump over the moon and you still would be impressed.
Right.
And it's not like a cow jumping over the moon is not impressive. It's just you've seen so much of it over the years that it's like, what else you got?
Exactly.
What else you got? What else you got? What else you got? Like I think nowadays you can find guys just off the street that can rap, right? Like that can be in a cipher, but do they hold that same swagger, right? Like when you saw there was a cipher one year where you had Jadakiss and Fab in the same cipher, right? And you're like, oh my!
This is
like
good.
one year you had Busta and Ludacris in the same cipher. Are you like, oh my?
Yeah.
You had Ace Hood and somebody else in the same cipher. You like, okay, this is worth, but I don't want to see a cipher with Future and Young Thug in it.
Right.
But you know what may happen, guys?
Mm-hmm.
I think if they do, let's say they do continue the cipher, like whenever they bring this back, I can see where they may have a group where y'all familiar with Locksmith?
Yeah.
Like
Mm-hmm.
you may have a group of MCs that's in the cipher with Locksmith, and whoever is in that cipher is going to be so badly demolished that it's going to look like a grown man going to the playground to pick on little kids. It's not going to be compelling. It's not going to be competitive. It's not going to be. It's not going to produce the results that you want. So for me, I would rather them not do the ciphers anymore, because unless you're going to elevate it and make it something that goes far beyond standard fare, it's not even worth going for the trouble.
I know what they should do. The same way there was a time when VH1 had VH1 Hip Hop Honors and they got rid of that show. They need to bring that back. And you bring it back, and that's how you bridge the new with the old, where you have a show every year celebrating hip hop, the legacy, the legends, paying homage to the greats, as well as, the artists that are no longer here. And then you can bring in some of the newer artists from this era that maybe they can do tribute performances with some of the legacy artists. That's what they need to bring back. They need to bring back Hip Hop Honors, where they actually give special awards to the legends that might necessarily not make it into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, because a lot of them ain't gonna make it into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is they're very they don't even want our artists from our genre in that Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but they're going by mostly impact and record sales. And when it comes to record sales, when it comes to like an EPMD, we know that they're legends, but EPMD didn't go multi-platinum like a NWA. So they might never make it to Cleveland.
Yeah, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is very exclusive.
Right.
That's why I was going to. I'm sorry.
So like, if we have our own show, celebrating our legends and giving a special award to them, that's what they really need. That's how you bridge the gap. What you think? What y'all think? No? I think it would work, because like there's like a lot of artists, like we could go down the list, a lot of groups and artists. Like I love Gangstar. I don't think Gangstar will ever make the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I really don't.
No, they.
You know what I'm saying? DJ Premier as a producer might, because he's branched out to working with, platinum selling artists like Christina Aguilera and 21 Pilots and Sam Smith. So he might make it as a producer. As a group, I don't think they would make it.
Yeah, that's what the point that I was going to make is to answer all of this, to bring all of this full circle.
Mm-hmm.
The art itself should create, and I mean a real one, not a fake one, not a mom and pop one, but a hip hop Hall of Fame, right? Because I think there's one in the Bronx. It's small, right?
It's coming out. It's not open yet.
Right. So they got an official hip hop Hall of Fame museum, right? And have it be respected,
right?
Like a legitimate hip hop Hall of Fame, like somebody, because what makes a Hall of Fame good is the library part, the museum part, where like you can go, because can you imagine if you could go and see the keyboards and instruments Larry Smith used to produce Run DMC and Houdini,
right?
Can you imagine a setup where you see DJ Hollywood's suit that he used to wear in a club when he first started rapping,
right?
And Eddie Chiba and some names that people have forgotten about, and then make the Hip Hop Hall of Fame exclusive right? Like if you're not Jay-Z, Nas level, then you can't get in. I'm sorry.
But what about those artists that had an impact but didn't sell numbers like a Jay or Nas?
But you know what though? He's like I see where he's going.
Mm-hmm.
Like the people that are to make it exclusive, like as far as certain artists of a certain caliber like Jay-Z and Nas, to me that would kind of make the Hip Hop Hall of Fame worth studying, and also it will draw in membership,
right?
Because there has to be a standard,
right,
and you can't let, like, what makes the Hall of Fame what it is that it's a museum of greatness,
right?
So I would, because I'm thinking about what Freezy was talking about, like if would Pharoah Monch, would he be eligible to be in the Hall of Fame?
That's what I'm saying. They would have to vote. You see the same way like how they have every year they have the fans vote who will make it in the rock and roll. They'd have to vote the same for the hip hop Hall of Fame.
But that's what I'm saying. The thing is you can be inducted, but you can also be a part, right? Like for instance, would Mos Def be inducted into the Hip Hop Hall of Fame?
He should be.
Nah, he ain't.
No, you wouldn't induct him.
Nah, but his accomplishments, you can have his accomplishments there in the hip hop. You can have the section. You remember the movie Brown Sugar?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can maybe have a prop off of Brown Sugar.
Right.
And then it's a music. It's a movie, a slept-on movie, kind of about hip hop and all that, kind of about relationships, but hip hop. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You can have a section of movies about hip hop.
Right.
Right. And there you see, well, this is the hat that Mos Def was wearing in the cab.
Oh yeah. So everybody is celebrated as well.
Right, because you can be there, but you can also. But when you're talking about celebrating the greatest rappers of all time, you know I love Mos Def. I think Mos Def is probably a top 3 lyricist of all time. Right. At the same time, how much music did Dante put out?
He put out music. It just wasn't often.
Are we going to pretend that he didn't put out The New Danger?
I love that album. I thought that was a slept on album. See, that's the problem. A lot of his albums went slept on.
To me, like the problem that I had with The New Danger is that he's ultra talented. He can rhyme. He can sing. He can play instruments. He's an everyman.
Right.
But he could not synthesize that into a cohesive body of work. Like, to me, I love rock and roll. I hate when he maybe live it will translate well, but when he tried to record songs in the rock style, it just falls flat. And I felt like some of the songs were haphazard. I felt like there wasn't a sense of quality control that should have been there. You know, like I didn't understand how you can go for making a great album in Black on Both Sides, and the next album is a lot of uneven.
You know, because he never like pigeonholed himself into like one genre. Like he like was experimenting with his music, and when you get a New Danger, it's not just hip hop, it's rock, it's a little R&B, and you know, even some blues. And I feel like that's great. That's what you want from your artists, where they can experiment with their music.
But he's a jack of, what's the saying? Jack of all trades, master of none.
Right.
Like,
you know what I'm saying?
I agree with Freeze that if there was a Hall of Fame, he would not be inducted because, to be totally honest, look at his peer group. Was Mos Def ever? Did he have a run as good as Common?
Nah.
No.
Because he was Hollywood also. He was doing movies and stuff.
But
so
that's
was Common though. So was Common.
But that's the point that I'm making. Like for excuse me, I'm sorry. For like Yankees fans, right? They feel like Derek Jeter is on a certain pedestal, right? And you can't say anything bad about Derek Jeter,
right?
Excuse me. During his era, there are people that played that were better offensively than him, right? But you don't want to compare them to Derek Jeter. Give you an example. A great hitter during the Derek Jeter era, Ichiro Suzuki. A great hitter, better hitter than Derek Jeter, right? We want to say that Ichiro may not have been as good as Derek Jeter because Jeter has championships, right? And he has those splash plays. Craig Biggio has more hits, I think, than Derek Jeter. For those that remember Craig Biggio,
yeah, I remember.
If Craig Biggio has more hits, does that mean he's a better player than Derek?
A-Rod was a better player until he started taking the steroids.
Yep.
You know, but he just wasn't a good leader.
Right. But that's the point that I'm making about making the hip hop Hall of Fame. Like if you went on a run, say if you went on a run like Salt and Pepper did, do you get into the Hall of Fame? Right?
Yes.
Of course you get into the Hall of Fame because there are not many female rap duos that stayed around that long to constantly put out hits.
Right.
Now, with that said, during the same era from about 86 to about 93-ish, there are other females that came out. Like, does Yo-Yo make it? No, she can't. You can't put her in it, right? Even though we know Yo-Yo is famous, right? But is she Hall of Fame worthy? Nah, you can't put Yo-Yo in. One of my favorite rappers of all time, a female rapper, who I like better than Roxanne Shante, is Sparky D.
Yeah.
Right? Sparky D for like a 3-year stretch was on Roxanne Shante level, right? In terms of lyrically bringing the best out of each other. Remember, they used to go on tour battling each other every night. Right? And on some nights, Roxanne Shante had to pull out this dude named Big Daddy Kane to kind of rap with her in order for people to feel what she's saying, right? And it's not because every crowd ain't for everybody. You know, some nights, some people ain't gonna be feeling so. Like some nights, people not gonna feel Keith Sweat, and some nights, women gonna be throwing their stuff all up. I'm talking about right now. Like some nights, people ain't gonna feel Keith Sweat, and then other nights, they're gonna be in love with Keith Sweat, right? So, my thing is, if you do a legitimate big play, like I think the Hip Hop Hall of Fame should be in a village, like how Canton, Ohio is in a village of its own. Right. Like baseball has Cooperstown, a village unto itself, a specific place. You have to go outside of the city in order to see this famous thing. Right. If you put it in the Bronx, guess what, bro? It's amongst a whole bunch of other stuff in New York City. Right.
But I feel like the community surrounding where they open up the museum is going to change the whole community for the better, I think. Because now you're bringing in tourists. Tourists are coming in. That's money for the city. I think they're going to make the surrounding area a lot better. It's going to change. Hopefully. Oh, I'm hoping that's what happens. You know, it's still the BX, but I think once that opens and it brings in worldwide tourists, that whole community there is going to change. You're not even going to notice it anymore. It's going to be like a new New York. You know,
bro. I just saw a TikTok video
Uh,
of a dude in the Bronx walking around with just underwear on, no pants.
man. Yeah, they can't let that happen when that museum opens up, because they got a reputation to live up to. Like, what would it look like having a historic new landmark there, and then you got all this others riffraff around the area?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to everybody in the BX, because I do have some people out up there, but it's just that I feel like that surrounding area where they built the museum is going to change drastically. It's going to have to, because they're going to get media coverage from all over, from different news outlets.
It's going to be gentrified.
Yeah, and maybe that's what they need up there. They might need that.
Is that what hip hop needs, though?
No, hip hop needs to stay hip hop, and I'm glad that they kept it in the birthplace of hip hop, but the surrounding area around it has to change. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah, look, all the neighborhoods are gentrified, but there's still crime in the neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? Like there's still crime in Crown Heights, there's still crime in Flatbush and in East New York, but your neighbors look different now. They don't look like you anymore.
So you're saying white people shouldn't get too comfortable?
I'm saying I never had an issue with other races being in my neighborhood, because we didn't, like, growing up, you either had a black friend or you had a Hispanic friend. I didn't have no white friends. So now, like, my neighbors, when I see them, they're waving at you. They don't even know you. They're waving at you.
Yeah.
And it brings a different, element to the neighborhoods that wasn't there before. You know what I'm saying? Like they bring peace and quietness to the neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? And we didn't see this many decades ago. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like BX is gonna have to go through that. They have to go through that change, because now that you're opening up an important piece to the city for hip hop, and we already know the type of element that hip hop has brought to the genre in the past, and that whole area they have to develop that area, and they're gonna have to cultivate it to a place where it's a welcoming place for everybody, not just blacks, not just people that live in the BX, but worldwide. Because you're gonna have tourists that's gonna come here their first time just to go to that museum, and they want to have an experience. They want to have a great experience. Not, oh well, this is my first time in New York and I got robbed outside of the museum. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna have to have a lot of cops out there, and security, and just it's gonna have to be a whole new vibe. Just like where the Barclay is at, where the Barclay is at now. That area was rough, and they developed that area where they have Atlantic Center. Yeah, but they have the Atlantic. I remember, like, I used to go to school out there where that whole area was deserted. There was nothing but garbage and landfill in that area, and they had to develop it to where it's at now, where you can have a Barclays Center and an NBA team move there from Jersey, and they have concerts and WWE shows. That's what the BX is gonna have to look forward to with this museum.
Oh, you think it's gonna be that big?
Yeah. It's not just the museum. It's like they're developing the whole area, like new tenements.
Who's developing?
Stores, all that. It's gonna bring jobs to the city, and the whole community has to get better. That's what people say.
Of it, though?
Huh?
Who's the owner?
The owner for the museum? Damn, I forgot his name. I know who he is. I've seen his face, but I don't know his name now. But in when they open it up next year, I'm gonna know who his name is. But that whole area has to be developed to where it's a welcoming space, and people from all over have a great experience. Looking, coming to see legends. You know what I'm saying? And I hope they do it. I hope, because if they don't, I feel like the city's gonna shut it down. Like, as quick as it opened, they're gonna shut it down if there's any bad things that goes on in that area. But yeah, I think that's what they need to do. They need to bring back BET. Needs to moving forward. Forget about the BET Hip Hop Awards and the Social Awards and
nonprofit. It's a nonprofit organization.
Okay. I hope when it opens, everything is peaceful and people enjoy themselves there.
I hope
Just
they
like
make
with
it
any museum
exclusive.
in the city.
I hope they make it exclusive because the thing is, say for instance, pick a random hip hop city, like a random thirsty hip hop city, like
Memphis.
Yeah, like okay, so what's the dude that got pew-pewed about 2 years ago from Memphis?
Young Dolph.
Young Dumb. Like okay, so he won't make it. Rest in peace,
Right.
Sam. Respect. He won't make it, but all the MJG will make it. Right.
They got you.
Say Detroit, Eminem will make it.
Right.
MC Trouble won't make it.
D12 will probably be mentioned because they did go platinum with their first album.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And you know, Eminem, when I think of Detroit hip hop, immediately I think Eminem and everybody else that comes out of there.
I immediately think him, but I don't start with him because I remember MC Trouble, man.
Right.
I remember MC Trouble. She was gorgeous,
Yeah.
young, smart, right? She was kind of like, you remember what was her name before she turned her name to Sugar?
Sweet Tea.
Sweet Tea.
Yeah.
She was like kind of like Sweet Tea, except smoother and smarter.
Right.
Right. Smoother. So probably, man, MC Trouble from what I remember was gorgeous.
Yeah.
She came out at the time. You remember the Good Girls?
Yep. I had that album, that first album.
She came out at a time where the Good Girls were out, and you were like, God, she might look better than the Good Girls. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, but she had a flow, and then you find out she was sick, and then you find out she passed away, and you like, God, man. Like right when we get a thing, like right when we get a thing, next thing you know, it's like
I feel like they're gonna need to honor the fallen artists as well, like a MC Trouble or a Nipsey Hussle.
They're gonna have to get a whole nother wing, bro.
I know. But that's why you have a museum, like because they should have one part just for the fallen artists, because there was a lot of many fallen artists that were great. MF Doom, Dilla, you know what I'm saying?
Biggie,
too, right? All of them. So they're gonna need like their own floor. You know, and if they do a hip hop show, you gotta honor the legacy of these fallen artists. Sean Price was great, and he's no longer here. You know what I'm saying? And
Sean Price a Hall of Famer?
To me, he is. He's a Brooklyn Hall of Famer and a Duck Down Hall of Famer, because he literally kept Duck Down lights on.
Yep.
For the past like 2 decades. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because without him, it was just, I mean, Smith & Wesson was coming out, but they wasn't making great music. You had Buckshot doing albums with Ninth Wonder. That was it. That's the only albums on Duck Down I was checking for. It was Buckshot and Ninth Wonder and Sean Price. And he kept them relevant. Same with Ghost. Ghost kept Wu-Tang relevant.
How do you like OGC?
I love OGC. I just felt like they never came out with a third album, and they never really explained why. So we don't know if they're broken up or if they just stopped doing music. I know during the MySpace era, I used to see Louisville on his MySpace page. He was like doing mixtapes.
Yeah.
And then there was at one point they were planning on Starain coming out solo, but that never happened. So I never found out why. Like, and I've seen them on live streams do interviews, and they never explain fully why they stopped doing music.
Can we get them on That Ain't Rap podcast?
I would love to. I'm gonna reach out to Top Dog, because Top Dog, when I went to the Duck Down show at Lincoln Center, like, he liked the videos. So I'm gonna see if I can get him on, and I've seen him on other live streams. Yeah. And I'll reach out to Louis and Starain.
That'd be dope, man.
Yeah, it would be.
Because my guy Starain Wonder started off a verse that said, "I caramba, Starain."
I love that verse.
And I cut you like,
I love that verse.
And
one of the best verses on the Floor of Flaw. I said that's one of the best verses on the Floor of Flaw.
Yeah, yeah.
I love it. I loved it. And the Storm album is an underrated classic. I love that album. It doesn't get enough recognition. You know, but yeah, like they gotta have like a full floor where they can honor the fallen artists. You know,
if you okay, So I'm gonna add and Mr. Rocket, just bear with me as I try to formulate this thought. I wanna ask this in a respectful way, but at the same time get clarity.
Right.
If you had to list your top 5 fallen rappers and rap artists and their impact, where would you start? At number 1.
I gotta start with Pac and Biggie.
So that's 1 and 2.
Yes, definitely. Because what I feel like Pac was a revolutionary artist that we were seeing before our eyes, and I felt like he was gonna leave music and go into politics at one point, and that never happened. But like he changed the game for a lot of artists, and I think he could have had a couple of Oscars as well. I saw him going into that field as well.
He's gonna be in Star Wars, right?
Huh?
You know he's gonna be in Star Wars.
Yes, he was gonna play Mace Windu, right?
Yeah.
I remember hearing that Steven Spielberg wanted him, and instead they got Samuel L. Jackson did his thing.
Yeah,
but to see Tupac, if that would have happened, to see Tupac in a Star Wars film, that would have been crazy.
Hip hop going out. Hip hop
that would have been crazy
to the next level,
right? And just think, maybe he would have did like a song for the soundtrack or something.
Oh my gosh!
Oh man, like that's something I would have always wanted to see. Biggie, from where he came from in Bed-Stuy, and the classic Rags to Riches story, and then being on Bad Boy, and then dealing with the East Coast West Coast beef. He definitely left the marks. Even now, like seeing Little Kim, evolving to her own artist, and Seized, and I feel like those two I gotta start with. Nipsey Hussle for his philanthropy.
Number 3.
Yeah. His entrepreneurship and his philanthropy, bringing businesses to his community, as well as his music was getting to be like real legendary, and he got to be honored. MF Doom,
4.
Him starting off with KMD, and him having to reinvent himself after his brother passed away from the bicycle accident, and inventing himself into MF Doom, and giving us consistent classic hip hop. He got to be honored.
And your last one is
Dilla. Dilla got to be there. I mean, there's so many others. Eazy-E, he got to be there too.
You said 5. Remember
5? I said 5, but it's so many more. But it seems like the dead artists have more of an impact than some of the ones that's living right now.
I understand what you're saying. I asked for 5 because I wanted to continue.
I got to put Dilla in there too, just for like from being where he's from in Detroit, and then putting on a lot of doing a lot of great stuff for underground artists.
5, then. That's your 5. That's your 5.
I know, but Eazy-E came to my mind too.
I know, but the number was 5.
Dilla, because Dilla, I know you don't like Dilla. Dilla because he was just a great producer, and I feel like he was getting better. And I think was it Soulfinger? It was somebody had said that when we were all together, and he didn't reach his peak yet when he had passed away. So we didn't even see like his peak. Dilla, he was just like really starting out, and it's like he just kept getting better and better, and then just having a foot in underground, and then having a foot in mainstream, and he was just a balanced producer that was just coming out with dope stuff, and he got to be in there too.
I was asking for your 5s because I was going to ask Mr. Rocker for his 5.
Okay,
right. That's the reason why I was like, no, just your 5, because I, you know what I'm saying. So, and no disrespect to your answers, because I feel like, for one, I love Jay Dilla, right? It's just the Jay Dilla hive drive me crazy, bro. You know what I'm saying?
They're like that with MF Doom too. His fan base is crazy like that too.
Yeah, man. So it's nothing against them. Hey, who's your 5, man? If you could name 5.
Well, the first 2 are the most obvious.
Yep.
Tupac and Biggie.
Yeah.
My 3rd would be Mr. Earl Simmons.
Oh yeah, forgot. Damn.
Yeah.
DMX.
Yeah.
4 would be Eazy-E, just because this man, he took a gamble by quitting the street life and investing in a record company, and bankrolling his friends to cut a record, then sell that record, and it sells well enough that it attracts the attention of the FBI. They go on tour, they sell out arenas, and he has the cash flow to release albums on the DOC, release albums on Bone Thugs and Harmony, sign the Young Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah.
And his effect on spreading this genre of rap music that lobbyists, civil rights organizers, parents object to. So he helped spear the issue on freedom of speech along with Luke.
Yep.
So I think he has to be inducted just for those reasons alone.
Yeah.
And on the plaque, I would have all of these things in bullet points.
Yep. How about number 5?
Number 5. I want to give an answer. I want to give a different answer than what Try did.
Just say how you feel, because I think
okay.
It's a conversation.
Okay. I will go. I'm thinking. I would go with Dilla. Yeah, I was trying to think of a different answer, but man, like Dilla, I was thinking about this a couple days ago.
Dilla is important, bro. Dilla, we can't have this conversation without Jay Dilla at all.
But like his importance as a beat maker is very important. Like some people may not understand what made Dilla who he is. Like him not using quantization to rhythmically keep time. Like he was his own metronome, so he would program beats just using his own sense of timing.
Right.
And he, for example, the song "Jealousy" from Fantastic Volume 2 is one example of how rhythmically it's not constant. Like the time signatures kind of fluctuate throughout the song, but he never loses the groove. And we're talking about what makes a producer great is you have to identify what makes them different from their contemporaries. And that's what made him different from his mentor.
Right.
So if he was able to learn from his first mentor, Ant Fiddler, and by the way, Ant Fiddler used to play with Parliament Funkadelic.
Yep.
He played, he did some work with Prince.
Yep.
He's a local legend in Detroit. And then him getting the opportunity to learn from the Ummah, Tip, Ali Shaheed, and then being mentored by Pete Rock, and he found his own niche. He found his own creative lane, particularly with the Soulquarians.
Yeah.
Like I can't think of many producers that were able to produce albums or songs for a wide varied for a talent pool that was so wide and varied, from De La Soul to D'Angelo to Bilal, Erykah Badu, Common, Busta Rhymes, I mean that pretty much runs the entire, damn near the entire gamut of the kind of talent that was in hip hop and R&B at that time. So that's my 5.
They all
One
have a they all have an era where you can say like for the far side or for Erica Badu or Common, you know, you might love the Dilla era with those artists or the other stuff outside of Dilla. But that's how important he was to the game that, you know, some of Common's best music is with Dilla. Some of
yeah,
Busta Rhymes' best music is with Dilla.
one of the things that y'all don't give. See, because the thing about Jay Dilla is I respect Jay Dilla and I like him,
Mhm.
right? But the thing about the Jay Dilla conversation, and I'm gonna say my 5 also, and my
Right.
5 may be different. And if
Uh-huh.
I forget somebody, y'all forgive me, man, because the fact that a lot of these artists die so young and die so often, sometimes we forget some, but it's the reason why I wanted to do the list with y'all.
Right.
And try to forgive me. I didn't mean to take over the show. I just
No,
wanted
that's all good.
because
You good.
we was going down a certain road.
You good.
The thing about Jay Dilla that people sleep on is the fact that he had hundreds of beats that you could come in and take your pick, right? Like you can legit be listening to a Jay Dilla mixtape or beat tape, right? And
Right.
then by the song you get to song number 8, you hear a song like "There Are Times
Mhm.
that You Need," and you like, "Yo,
Yep.
this is the one right
There you
here,"
go.
right? That's one of the things that slept on about Dilla. Not that he met somebody, listened to him. He didn't always do the Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis thing. Like,
Right.
be the artist, had a conversation. What do you like? What do you dislike? Okay, we're gonna build this thing from the ground up.
Right.
Right. What Jay Dilla built was a vibe. Like he was always in the studio making vibe music, and
Mhm.
every vibe didn't fit every person. But the more famous people that were around felt like these different vibes,
Right.
right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like Jay Dilla legit had like, and I know a lot of producers do it, but a lot of their joints be whack. Like if you like, I think Timbaland had a thing of like 3,000 beats, and people that picked it clean, it was like only 8 beats on there or something, right? Some beats ain't for the time. Like some beats are for the moment, and once that moment passed, you're like, yeah, that beat sound old.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
But Dilla, like on a vibe, like yo, you like Cats is just like, I think Common told the story like him and somebody. Common said, I think, and if I get the details wrong, y'all forgive me. Common is on Jay Dilla's sofa, asleep with no shoes on, and he wake up, and I think his Q-Tip is standing in the door,
Oh.
and he had never met Q-Tip before that, and he like, yo, you Q-Tip? He like, yeah, I know. I've been Q-Tip my whole life, right? You know, so just like how I look like, and these guys are like or maybe they met and didn't get a chance to kind of meet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so they get in the car and they drive into the store listening to some Dilla beats, and then the light comes on and they like, that's the one. Yo, this is the one right here. This is the one. Kind of like
Right.
how Bad Boy was listening to the Easy Mo B tape and they heard Flavor in Your Ear. And they're like, yo, this the one.
That's
right
it.
here. Get Mac ready right now. Mac need to be in the studio tonight. This is it.
Right.
So we got to give Jay Dilla credit for putting out, like getting all this stuff out there for people to listen to and pick and and put their spin on a vibe that Jay Dilla already created, right?
Right.
That's one of the, like when we talk Jay Dilla, the main thing I get hit with every time Jay Dilla conversation come up, you crazy Uncle Freezy, you don't like Jay Dilla?
I
Like,
told you
we
that.
gotta relax. we gotta relax. Like if we're gonna talk about it, like talk about the real stuff with Jay Dilla, right? Like how he made an album on his sickbed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like these details that we, but in terms of my top 5 honored rap artists, I think you got to start with Scott LaRock, number 1, right? Because it's a mystery behind that. Like sure, shot was pew-pewed and he passed away, right? But then there's a conspiracy theory behind it too. Like he was set up. Like they grabbed D Nice in order to get Scott LaRock down there, so somebody can, you know what I'm saying,
right.
do the thing, right? I think you have to give kudos to Jam Master Jay, right?
Right.
I think if it wasn't for Jam Master Jay, Run DMC would have been one hit wonders, right? Because Jam Master Jay was getting them away from. Remember, Jam Master Jay got them away from the Curtis Blow, Fat Boy style, and was like, "Yo, no, for the streets, bro. These kicks got to hit hard, bro. People don't always listen to the people. Don't just listen to music at the club, bro. They listen to it in their car,
right?
Right now, that might seem like a small thing, right? And so what? People listen to music in their car. Nah, you got to make this. You got to have that bass hit. And so, like when they listen to it in the car, it's a different vibe.
Yeah.
And I don't know if y'all get the same vibe or not when y'all listen to y'all music in your car or at the club or in your headphones, but those are all three different environments to listen to music to. You get
it's a different
vibe.
reaction.
Yeah. So if it wasn't for Jam Master Jay took them young boys out of sports coats and slacks and put them in tracksuits. Like, nah, y'all can't be talking about this stuff and y'all dressed like like a game show host. You know what I'm saying? Like them dudes legit used to dress up like game show hosts. They the only thing they didn't give up, the only thing them young dudes didn't give up was them Godfather hats.
But are you talking about like when they first started with like sucker MCs and then?
No, I'm talking about before that.
Okay. So like you're talking about like when they had like the leather blazers?
Nope. I'm talking about when they used to wear the periwinkle plaid blazers and black slacks and Godfather hats.
Oh wow!
I
don't remember seeing them in that. That must have been like, was that before they got the deal or after?
No, this is like right when they first got the deal. Remember, remember Russell said, "Hey man, I'll give you a deal when y'all ready."
Right.
It wasn't ready because DJ Run was a DJ and he couldn't rap. Right. Remember that he was a DJ. He was a real good DJ. But he couldn't rap.
Right.
And then so over the years, by the time he got to 7th grade, I think he meets DMC.
Right.
And DMC is like, and Run is like, yo, my brother name is Russell, man. And I'm gonna be a rapper.
Right.
And DMC says, oh yeah, let me hear what you got. And Run was whack. And then and so DMC, they're like, Run looks at DMC and is like, what you laughing at? Like, yo, I got a rhyme book full of stuff. And they go in DMC rhyme book. And then all of a sudden, the dude that used to DJ at the discos start rhyming like he on the street. Right. That transition is not a organic transition. It comes from a chance meeting. 2 dudes meet in 7th grade. Right? DMC is rapping. Because remember, DMC is a comic book dude. Yeah. So DMC has always, for the comic book people, we always have like this delusion of heroism and being bigger than we know we are, right? Because of the comic book thing that we read, because the heroes in the comic books always turned out to be something bigger than what you see on the surface.
Right.
That's why Run says, I drive a big car and get my gas from Getty. Bro, you was 17. You said that. You're not driving no Cadillac.
You're not driving, right.
And in Crush Groove, we saw you riding the bus.
Right.
If you got a Rome, why are you riding the bus? In Crush, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, but anyways, the thing about that is DMC takes them because remember, Russell was the college dude kinda that had the expensive high hard party life. Russ was like Curtis Blow. They was best friends.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Curtis Blow used to do shows with no shirt on in a blazer and a Jerry curl. I remember that. I remember
that, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And Run DMC going down his path, he meet DMC. DMC like, nah, man, we got to talk about the clothes we wearing, the shoes we wearing. We got to talk about what we doing on the block and all these different things. These dudes were 17. They wasn't doing that stuff. It wasn't until DMC. It wasn't until DMC. My bad. It's until DMC started doing these things. And then you get the point of Jam Master Jay replaces their DJ because their DJ was spinning records.
Right.
And Jam Master Jay was an artist from the DJ element and coming in and helping these guys, not only with what they were saying. Remember, Jam Master Jay is older than them, right? So Jam Master Jay is teaching them how to do this thing. And right, so that's why I'm saying Jam Master Jay and his impact on not only Run DMC, but hip hop, right? Because if you remember from like 78 to like 82-ish, all these songs was made for the club.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like the Treacherous 3, the Funky's what's it? The Funky something plus one. I forget what it is.
Funky 4+1.
Funky 4+1.
And then you got Sugar Hill Gang.
Yeah, they was making songs for the disco.
Yeah.
And then Run DMC comes out with, you know, all of a sudden the bass and the highs. And I'm not gonna say they created this thing called boom bap, but I can't remember people doing it before Run DMC. Right? Boom boom bap 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 boom boom bap bap. You know what I'm saying? So Jam Master Jay for sure. Right, all the way through. I think he discovered Onyx, right?
He discovered Onyx and 50 Cent. Remember, he put 50 Cent on too.
And 50 Cent also. Where would we be without Jam Master Jay?
Yeah, that's true.
Right. Scott LaRock. Where would we be without Scott LaRock, bro? Right. Scott LaRock is like, you know what? Because you know Scott LaRock is older than all them dudes, right?
Yeah.
Remember Chris used to live in his. Chris ain't. Did you know Chris not even his real name?
What's his real name?
I forget his real name. It's he got Chris from KRS.
Right.
You know, and you know where he got KRS from, right?
No.
Kiss FM. WKRS is Kiss.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Wow.
WKRS is Kiss FM, right? And so all the stuff like Knowledge Reigns Supreme and all that stuff, all that stuff come from you know, but the Scott LaRock thing, he like, oh yeah. Somebody said we was whack. You know what we can do? We can diss them. Right. And they like, yo, diss. What do you mean diss them? Like, because you remember before dissing was dissing. Remember, dissing was like casting over fly, saying somebody's shirt was ugly.
Right.
And my man got his mama's shirt on. You know, this is somebody back in the day, right? But Scott LaRock and them created this element of we not gonna be told no by anybody. If they doing it, we can do it, right? If they remember, D Nice was like 15. Yeah, D Nice was like 15.
He was young when he got with them.
Yeah, Chris is like 23, 24.
Yeah,
Scott's like 27. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yo, he met, as a matter of fact, Scott LaRock was throwing these parties around the city before KRS-One even had a place to live. Remember, KRS-One
that's right. He was homeless.
Yeah, that's how they met. Right? That's how they met. Like, they legit met over that. Like, Chris was living in a place where Scott LaRock used to work during the daytime.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And so, like, Scott LaRock, you put in. And I'm sorry about being talkative or chatty, but some of this stuff we got to talk about in order.
We got one more topic and then we good.
All right, so I'm gonna just spit this out real fast. So the third one is Heavy D.
Oh yes, Heavy D for sure.
Yeah, I gotta say Heavy D.
Yeah.
Right, because if it wasn't for Heavy D, I think the Busy Bee bloodline would have died, would have legit shriveled up,
right?
And we wouldn't have had no more. If it wasn't for Heavy D, I don't think you get Baby Got Back. I don't think you get Two Live Crew. I don't think you get anybody that's concerned with how the music sounds at the party. Remember, Heavy D was concerned about how this music sounds at the party.
Yeah.
Right. And on the radio, like the entertainment aspect of it.
Right.
Number 4, real quick, man. I really don't want to say this person's name, but I feel like I have to. There was a dude. I think it stopped the movement of a group that could have been one of the greatest groups of all time. Y'all remember Freaky Ty?
Yes.
Lost Boys.
From the Lost Boys, right? They had so much momentum, and then all of a sudden, and then we talked to Mr. Cheeks, I think it was me and Sam. Try, you might have been there.
I was there when y'all did the review for the Lost Boys EP.
Yeah, you remember that?
That's when Mr. Chick started following me, because I told him like we were doing a review, and he checked in for that live stream.
Yeah. And so we did. The album wasn't as good. You could tell their member was lost.
Yeah.
Right. You can tell their member. And so the fifth one on that note, and I know it's not going to seem as important as the others, but I think we got to remember the moment that Trouble T. Roy passed away.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Right. The moment that Trouble T. Roy passed away, all these young, energetic spirits, like that was, you know what I'm saying, bubbling
that was supposed to happen.
And I think it was destiny.
Yeah.
Right. I think it was destiny. Like, you know what I'm saying? Heavy D basically goes from, I personally think Big Time is a top 10 rap album of all time.
Oh yeah. That's one of his best.
Yep. I think it's one of the best. And not because of Heavy D is the best rapper, but on that album he did his thing. Right. But reaching out to an audience, right? Like reaching out to like the girls, like all Heavy D joints was like about the ladies.
Right.
And so it was like vicariously including like the ladies into this thing called hip hop, because we was like, yo, what the women doing in here? This rap, what women doing in here? Bring me a beer. You know what I'm saying? But if it wasn't Heavy D had the Girls They Love Me joint. Come on, man. Yeah. So those are my five, bro.
And Troy, without Troy's passing, you wouldn't get When They Reminisce Over You. And him and CL Smooth had like a little beef going on, and they made up in
teenager beef. Yeah.
Heavy D had to step in and break that whole thing up.
Over nonsense, bro.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the ironic thing. It was like they were beefing, and then he passes away, and then CL goes on to write that song, and they pay tribute to Trouble T. Roy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So yeah, like, and I love the fact that Heavy D, when they came out with Peaceful Journey, like they didn't make it real dark and somber. It was still energetic. You had the party joints, and they just paid tribute to their fallen member at the same time.
And you could tell his soul was still hurt on that album, bro.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the album with Truthful on it, right?
No, that was Blue Funk. The album with Peaceful Journey was Now That We Found Love, Is It Good to You, Don't Curse. That was like the big singles off of that.
Wait a minute, I'm getting these confused. So which one came out first? Peaceful Journey came out first.
Yes, that came out before Blue Funk. Blue Funk was 93.
Blue Funk was 93?
Blue Funk was like end of 92, 93, and then Peaceful Journey was like 91.
91, yep.
Yeah, right. And then it was like Blue Funk, and then Nothing But Love was 94.
Right, yeah. Because I remember one of those albums had something, Who's on the Microphone? A bunch of,
yes, that was Blue Funk.
Yeah.
I love that album.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so without Heavy D and Trouble T. Roy, I think hip hop is different. Because even though Chubb Rock might have had very big songs, Redhead Kingpin, remember Redhead Kingpin?
Yes.
Do the right thing. Do the right thing. All that. Pump It Hottie. Remember Pump It Hottie?
Yes. Remember that dream.
Yeah, all that. Even though there was a lot of artists coming out, Def Jeff. Yeah. Even though there was a lot of people coming out, I think Heavy D and his impact probably. I think Heavy D carved out like Heavy D basically said, everybody that rap don't have to have their face squeezed up.
Right.
Like, hey, man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
He was never about that. He was always like fun loving and dancing, and you know.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that we're missing now in hip hop. We don't have that.
Right.
You know. But yeah, like they definitely gotta get recognition and roses, you know, whether it's in the museum or whether they do a hip hop award show. those are all legends that need to be given their respect and roses. And I would hope BT do something like that. I think that's the easier route to just do that instead of bringing back the Social Awards or the BT Hip Hop Awards.
Yeah.
Well, just real quick, was we got our own thing? Was that on the Living Large album?
That was on the Big Time album.
Big Time. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
That album had girls they love me and Somebody for Me with I'll Be Sure.
Yep.
A lot of classics over that album.
Yeah.
Man, that song was so big, man. It was all over Rap City. I remember.
Yeah, definitely. That was at the era we were rocking like the kente cloth.
Yeah.
Outfits and the hats and the matching, outfits and everything. It was great.
Yeah. He helped usher in, and I'm gonna say this, and I know it's wrong, but I'm saying it in a context. He helped usher in the era where all rap acts had to have dancers.
Right.
Like just walking on stage by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't do that because
exactly
it was Heavy D and the Boyz.
Right.
Not to interrupt you, but wasn't that preceded by Big Daddy Kane and School and Scrap?
Yeah, Kane didn't. I don't remember Kane initially coming out with dancers.
Oh, okay.
When I saw him in the early Juice Crew era, it was like a bunch of dudes and a bunch of Juice Crew people on stage, right? And they just jammed on stage. And Biz Markie was like the on stage entertainment. And then Heavy D came out, and then I saw Scoop and Scrap right? And then MC Light. Remember MC Light had dancers?
Yes. MC Light. Yeah.
Even Leg 1 and Leg 2, everybody started having Digital Underground had dancers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dancers. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they might have the most famous dancer ever.
Yeah, Pop. Definitely.
Yeah. So.
All right,
man, he's so nimble on his feet, man. Like I was just looking at the what's the name of that? Help me out. It's the song where Teddy Riley is on the hook, and it's the female singer. I think her name is Tammy
Lucas. Is it good to you?
That song. I was looking at that video, and I'm like, he really had it all. Like there was one segment of his fan base that felt slighted. Like it wasn't like, man, Heavy D, man, he's singing he's rapping too much to the ladies, or the ladies didn't feel like, man, this is too hardcore. I can't relate to this gunplay stuff or blah 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 blah. Like he just by being where he was from, being naturally musically inclined and loving to dance and entertain.
Right.
Like it's I don't know why he isn't, I don't know why he isn't mentioned among the greatest. Like I don't like he should be mentioned up there with Biggie as far as I'm concerned, because Heavy D had the
salute, Ray.
He had the commercial successes. He had the tours. I mean, from 87 to 94?
Yeah. Nah, he had Waterbed Head was 96?
96, yeah.
And then he went off and he did like 2 reggae albums, and then he did some acting. But I mean, like he had a run, like when we talk about runs, like he had a run like from the 80s into the 90s.
Yeah, he had just as long a run as KRS-One.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think because he wasn't like on the same level as a Rakim or a G-Rap lyrically, but because that he was fun loving and he loved to dance, and he had the joints for the women and the party joints, and he could give you a storytelling track as well, like on the street level. Like he has a joint called It's a New Day on Blue Funk, and he's talking about when his brother got shot. One of his brothers had gotten shot. His mother wasn't. His mother, I believe, his mother was sick at that time too.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that was like a more. It was street, but he's telling the story of how his brother was in the streets, and then the streets caught up to him, and how the family reacted when his brother got shot. His own brother got shot and killed, and you know what I'm saying. And then of course, like, you know, when Troy passes away, and he gave his feelings on that. So he was versatile, and he didn't just stay in one lane. But I think, you know, when the '90s come, and you got, you know, Snoop and Dre this out, and you got Onyx, and it was tough competition, and he had to deal with Biggie as well, and I felt like he still maintained his relevancy then.
Yeah.
But it's like I feel like the crowd moved on to other artists at that time.
But also the irony, the cruel irony, was that Biggie made his debut nationally on A Bunch of Niggas from Heavy D's '93 album.
Facts.
So the fact that Biggie, by no fault of his own, kind of cast a shadow over Heavy D that Heavy D never was able to get out of, as great as Heavy D is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And hey, that album though, that album is a very slept. The '94 album is a
Nothing But Love.
Slept on album.
Definitely.
They might have that remix with Silk might be the best, one of the best hip hop remixes ever.
Mm-hmm.
They Got Me Waiting. What's the name of the name of the album is what? Black Coffee.
Nothing But Love.
Nothing But Love. That's it. Yeah, man. That album. I'm not gonna say it's better than Ready to Die, but
he had some joints on it. Definitely. Pete Rock was on that. Eric Sermon. Marley Marl, the Trackmasters, like he had an assorted array of producers on that album.
Yeah, and the irony to that is that was a Heavy D solo album.
Yes. Yeah, I mean the boys were still there. You had G Wiz and DJ Eddie F, but it was like really all Heavy D on that one for sure.
Yeah.
Ray
said,
"Who is the best guest versus on R&B?" Wow, that might be. We have to do like a whole show on that one.
Yeah, that might take a month, bro.
Yeah, we might have to do like a whole show on that one. I already got some in mind, but I don't want to like go into another topic, and then we got one last topic to do. But that's definitely something we could do next week or on Echoes and Essence.
Okay, all right.
You know, I already got two in mind. And they're both remixes too.
Right. You got Rakim and Jody Watley.
That one's a good one. I had Method Man and who was it? It's ODB on the SWV joint, the Anything joint from Above the Rim, and then I had Mr. Cheeks was actually on a SWV remix for You're the One. It's the Bad Boy remix.
So you're gonna say those over the Wu-Tang Clan?
Nah, I mean it's so many, but those are like the ones that come to mind. I mean, it's so many though. It's so many.
You remember the '90s Girl remix, Wu-Tang Clan?
I remember that.
Man.
Yeah, Jay-Z and Shy. He was on the I Don't Want to remix, the Marley Marl remix for that. That was fire. That actually was Video Music Box intro theme song at one point. You know what I'm saying? It's so many. That might have to be like one whole show we gotta do for that one.
Breakdown, Bone Thugs and Mariah.
Yes, Breakdown. I love that. From the Honey album, the Butterfly album. I love that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, man.
But we got the last topic, and this is something that Rocket hit me with. And you know, this is the age-old question: Boyz II Men versus Jodeci. You got the preppy boy band, Alex Vanderpool era. Boyz II Men from Philly, discovered by Michael Bivins from New Edition, against the Bad Boys of R&B, Jodeci from North Carolina, discovered by Sean Puffy Combs, and I I remember having like the Right On magazines, and they're talking about the so-called rivalry with both R&B groups, and Boyz II Men dropped first with Cooley High Harmony in '91. Motown Philly was on that, and you had End of the Road. You had
they dropped a project first. They didn't bust on the scene first.
Right. You had that, and then you had Jodeci come out with their first album on Uptown Records. And Devontae Swing's like their in-house producer. You got Puff styling them and everything, and it's always been a discussion like who was the better group, who had the better members or the better albums. For me, I've seen both of them live. Actually, I can't really decide who had the better. I think I want to say Boyz II Men had the better singers, but I feel like Jodeci had the better discography. You know what I'm saying? And for the little amount of music that they put out like only like 4 albums, but I feel like those 4 albums were better than the stuff that Boyz II Men to me had an expiration date. Like after 97, 98, when they come out with the Evolution album, and they go into the 2000s on a Universal Records. They switch labels from Motown to Universal, and I wasn't a fan of their albums that back then. And I have the Full Circle album, which would have had like a song with Faith Evans that was pretty good. But the rest of the album, I can't tell you what else was on the album. I remember hearing it and not liking it. But a lot of their albums that I've heard from the 2000s, I wasn't a fan of, and they had lost a member. They lost Mike, because he has like a issue with his back, an illness with his back where he can't stand it for long periods of time, and he had a falling out supposedly with Sean from the group, and Sean voted him out of the group, and but they're still coming out with music. They're still singing. I think it was last year they took a picture with Mike's, and there was rumors that he was gonna come back to the group, and we haven't heard nothing about it yet. Sean is
thirsty, bro. They'll do.
Sean has his podcast. On that note, I love the podcast. He recently had Bobby Brown on there, and they're talking about.
They had Bobby Brown on there singing, bro.
Yeah, I seen you, and Sean is playing the guitar, and you could tell like Sean was so into that episode because Boyz II Men got their name from an actual New Edition song on Any Heartbreak, which is the last the Boyz II Men track, was the last track on Any Heartbreak, and Sean was so happy to have him on that show, and he's a great singer in his own right, Sean Stockman, and that's always been the age-old question. So I'm gonna ask you guys, and if Ray saying he want to jump in, he can. Like, who to you was the better group? Was it Boyz II Men or Jodeci?
Freezy can go first.
Yeah, my answer is simple, bro. I ain't even got to use a lot of words, bro. It's Jodeci.
It's Jodeci?
That's it. Yeah, I don't feel like there's nothing else to talk about. Good night, everybody. No, I'm just joking. I'm joking. I think it's Jodeci, not because the better singer thing is kind of up in the air because we feel like Boyz II Men had 4 great singers and Jodeci had 2 great singers.
Yes,
so I would say I think there is a level of originality that Jodeci offered, whereas Boyz II Men used the 4 Tops template in a modern era. Right, I think they were just the 4 Tops with the best producer in the game.
Would you say they were like at least when they first came out with their first album, they were like the 4 Tops doing New Jack Swing?
Nah, I don't. Nah, I
just think that album has like a very New Jack Swing sound compared to their second album.
I know. That's the point that I'm getting at. What I'm saying is when I say the best producer in the game, I mean the best producer in the game at the moment those albums came out.
Right.
I'm not saying they had Jam and Lewis for like 7 straight years. What I'm saying is whoever was the hottest, Dallas Austin, Babyface.
Yeah.
The dude that that produced Your Love. Remember we listened to Your Love?
That's right. Yeah. That what was that? Wasn't it Troy Taylor or something like that?
Troy Taylor. Yeah, they had Troy
Yeah.
Taylor. Yeah. So whoever was the best. The thing about Jodeci though is Jodeci didn't create. I mean, Jodeci didn't dip into the trend. Jodeci created a vibe, right? Like the thing is, even though you have Albie Shore writing a song or two for you, you still have Devontae doing the production. And there was a time when Devontae, bro,
he was in his bag.
Man,
he was producing for everyone,
bro. There was the Come and Talk to Me remix.
Yes, I love that. That's still my favorite Jodeci remix. That and the Freaking remix with Grand Ghost.
Oh my goodness, bro. So that's why I take Jodeci over Boyz II Men, because the singing thing I think is kind of it depends on what your flavor is. Right. Because at times I feel like Boyz II Men is a music factory, where I feel like Jodeci is like they put so much soul in their music.
Right.
Like you feel Jodeci, and when you listen to Boyz II Men, you feel what they're singing about.
Right.
They were like, if they have a song called On Bended Knee, you feel that moment of being on bended knee. Right. If they have a song called I'll Make Love to You, you feel that moment of making love to a woman. Right. Jodeci, bro, the joint they did with Mary on Mary's album.
I don't want to do anything else.
Bro, how is that, bro? I don't know how people don't compare that to Fire and Desire by Rick James and Tina Marie.
I like the song. I don't think it's Fire and Desire, but that's not even one of, you know what? That's not even, I used to skip that song on What's the 4-1 because it wasn't one of my favorites compared to like, Reminisce or Real Love or What's the 4-1. I would skip it. That's the song. That's probably like the only song on that first album I would skip from Mary. But it was great. Like to see them do. I think they did that on. I think they did it live on a City Hall show at one point. Like it was great.
Oh. I just faded, yo. I just faded.
It was a great song. I don't know. I still think Fine Desire is a better song than that though. But I get what you're saying for that time in '92. Yeah, you would say like, yo, that was Rick James and Tina Marie. Rest in peace to both of them.
Rest in peace to both of them. Yeah.
Rocker, who you got? You got Jodeci or Boyz II Men?
I thought about this for a long time, and when Versus originally was happening, my dream versus was Jodeci versus Boyz II Men.
Yeah.
And I thought about who would win. And the group that would win, it wouldn't be a slaughter. Let me make that clear. It wouldn't be a slaughter. This group would not demolish the other. But I would go with.
Oh wow, Jodeci.
Jodeci.
Everybody's going with Jodeci.
Yeah, Jodeci better.
That's the third album. The
Yes,
party,
sir.
the hotel after party. What's the name of it? The after party.
The show.
Right.
It's the show.
The after party, the hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a great album. They needed more singles off of that album.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what an embarrassment of riches Devontae Swing had as a producer. The album that I just held up, the show, the after party, the hotel.
Yeah,
they had a song, the song that they recorded that was on a soundtrack. But I felt that song was just as good, if not better, than every song that was on this CD.
Right.
And the CD is amazing. Nothing but great songs, brilliant songwriting, great vocalization. Are y'all familiar with the Murder Was a Case soundtrack?
Yes, I have that.
There's a song on there with Jodeci and the Dog Pound called "Come Up to My Room."
Yeah.
My God, that song on a good pair with some great car stereo. Yo, blast that song on a highway. It's a mood. It's a mood setter. I'm going with Jodeci because as much as I admire Wanye, Nathan, Sean, the other guy, Michael,
yeah,
they had perfect 4-part harmony.
Yeah.
They had a bass singer, they had a tenor, and I believe they had a falsetto singer. And they had the creme de la creme of producers that they could pick from. You know, they had Jimmy and Terry's number on speed dial.
Yep.
They had Teddy Riley's number on speed dial. They had every A-list producer that you could think of to work with, and they did. But one man produced their entire album.
Yeah.
And the sound of that album, the sound of their albums is what helped sell Jodeci so much, because with R&B, in terms of gender politics, I'm not saying it's an exact science, but tell me if I'm wrong. For most dudes, we liked Boyz II Men grudgingly. Like, man, great songs, great singers, but I'm not going to blast that in my whip.
Right.
Whereas with Jodeci, you can crank that, you can crank their music
right.
Driving down the freeway, bump it in the hood. You can have it on when you're with a date. It was their music was no different than the best Wu-Tang record or the best Biggie record in terms of this is the kind of music that that bumps good in the whip, and it's hood certified.
Right.
Like, when you hear that music, no matter what Jodeci is talking about, that you can relate to it. Right. And I think that's part of the reason why Jodeci has such a stranglehold with a lot of us, is because they said what we wanted to say in the bedroom. They dressed like we dressed in the hood.
Yeah.
With the with the Timberlands, the jeans, the vests, the Lokes, and if you look at their debut albums came out in the same year.
Right.
Cooley High, was it Cooley High Harmony? Boyz II Men came out.
I kicked my own self out of the chat, yo.
What happened?
I kicked my own self out of the chat. My bad.
Oh, okay. So Cooley High Harmony came out April of '91.
Right.
And then Forever My Lady came out May of '91. 1 month apart. Both albums were highly successful, and they sold like gangbusters.
Right.
But I guess I guess for me, Jodeci just made an impression on me that Boyz II Men didn't, and it's not a knock on their music. It's just the presentation. It's what they represented. And another thing, now that I'm thinking about it, they were much more raw than Bobby Brown, Bell Biv DeVoe put together.
Right.
Like, think about how raunchy.
Jodeci. You talking about Jodeci?
Hell no.
Yes, I actually agree with him. Because like especially on that second album, when you have songs like Sweaty, when you have songs like In the Meanwhile and Alone and what they're actually singing about, BBD wasn't doing that.
Exactly. Like, even like as
I guess they can't compete with "Do Me, Baby."
I mean, yeah, but that's like their raunchiest song that they did.
"Do Me, Baby."
You think
fire.
it was a raunchy?
You know what? Hold on. Nah, it ain't that, right? Nah. As y'all talking, right? You know how like you realize something a little bit like as you're talking. As you're talking, it's like I'm hearing Jodeci freaking you, and then like what's that? Bell Biv DeVoe, New Edition. But see, Bobby Brown was that raw. How can I say it? Basically, what you're putting the category in Jodeci, maybe not BBD or New Edition, but I can see Bobby Brown.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying? Like the start of that shit.
Right. His energy, energy, and I remember he got arrested in Georgia on tour for dancing
that Tenderoni shit.
Yeah,
that Tenderoni shit.
Right. So his energy on stage was raw, but he wasn't making like raw songs like how Jodeci was.
Nah, he was singing Babyface. Remember Babyface writing these songs for him, bro? He would just take
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, Babyface wrote Tenderoni?
Yeah, like he did that whole album. Shit. It was him and Teddy.
Okay.
Except My Prerogative.
Yeah.
Who wrote my Prerogative?
Teddy Rock.
That was Teddy.
Yeah, that sounds. It's my prerogative. Yeah, you can tell. Yeah, that's New Jack Swing. So once you hear that New Jack Swing, that's Ted all day. Right. I made this when you didn't, right, Ted? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But Jodeci was. They was a little more raw. See, I'm such a New Edition fan though. You know what I mean? I'm such a like, you know what I mean? And the New Edition to me is like the OG of that type of R&B. Like it's like from the Jacksons, and then when that energy from like let's just say influenced by the Jacksons, the next generation is hip hop, and that's when New Edition started that. They started that. Because all that shit was hip hop energy. Candy Girl, Cool It Now. Them niggas, you could tell them niggas listen to rap. That's why them niggas had ideas like, yo, man, we gotta fuck with that nigga Teddy Riley who did the Dougie Fresh shit and Slick Rick, not who did the R&B shit.
You gonna do my people like that, bro?
What you mean?
What you mean?
Yo, you ain't never heard this group Slave? You ever heard the group Slave?
Yes, I know so, yeah.
Slave. Yo, you ever heard the group Daz from Atlanta? D-Train? Tavares?
But I didn't get hip hop from them though. I don't get the hip hop part from them.
It's funny you say.
From D-Train?
No.
They've been sampled. When I hear them, I don't get hip hop from them. Like I get that from Force MDs.
You might not get rap.
Nah, them my niggas. Yo, I've been rocking with Force MDs lately too, bro. Shit. I've been rocking with Force MDs. Oh my god, yo.
Before Wu-Tang Clan, it was Force MDs out of Shaolin.
Word is born, yo. They was the Force MCs first. Yeah. And then they changed themselves to Force MDs after they figured out we gonna do this in harmony.
I don't never
you know what I'm saying?
Again, bro. I don't ever want to hear them dudes rap ever again, bro.
You're crazy.
Who?
The Force MDs?
It was garbage, bro.
Listen, there was a format in the 80s where people were rapping like that.
I don't know. We were expecting them to sound like Raekwon in '84. You know what I'm saying? Like,
or maybe they could have sound like Melly Mel or Grandmaster Caz. Everybody back then wasn't
that wasn't their specialty. It was harmonizing and rapping. They did a little of both.
Bro, yo, okay. Hey, can you play Itchy for a Scratch?
Huh?
You remember the song Itchy for a Scratch?
Yes.
Who the fuck?
You calling out one bad song from them compared to the hits that they have? Forgive Me Girl. What's the other joint that I love? House Tender Love.
Tender Love, yeah.
Love Is a House.
Love Is a House, yeah.
Damn, forgot the other joint.
I think you missed my point was not the singing part. I'm talking about just the rapping part. I never want to do.
Well, they wasn't great rappers, but New Edition rap too, and they wasn't great rappers. They rapped on their early albums. They got a song called School where they rapped about going to school.
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah, they wasn't great. Ricky Bell wasn't a great rapper. He rapped on it though.
Yeah.
Nah, but Force and D's, yo, I ain't gonna lie, man. Force and D's, like, yo, that Love Is a House is a classic.
Yes.
They made classics. They were ahead of their time. You know what it is? It's like say if it was hip hop. If it was hip hop, you had Run DMC and you had Houdini.
Yeah.
It's R&B. You had New Edition. You had Force and D's at that time. Yeah. Real shit, yo.
Why you keep saying out Slave, dog? You ain't never heard.
No. I'm not. No. Listen. You gotta understand this one thing, right? No. Listen. Now check it. For one, I might know Slave's music, but I might not know them for their name. But at the end of the day, my opinion can only go by what I know.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I didn't say it was facts, but I'm saying what I know from my history. You know what I'm saying? So I can't disrespect whoever that group is, especially if I don't know them. I'm just all I'm doing is paying homage to New Edition.
No, but I'm asking Unc. I'm like, what part of hip hop I don't hear hip hop when I hear Slave or when I hear D-Train. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying, but give me the if you give me a song, I know it. You know what I'm saying? Not saying I wouldn't even want to compare none of them, but what I'm saying is like I'm just saying like in those eras, you know, that I named, like let's just say, okay, when Love Is a House came out, that was like around the time when New Edition I forgot what New Edition did back then.
That was like when that album came out, I was like 87. When
that was before, but that was right before New Edition and Bobby Brown took it to another level with the whole Any and Every Little Step era and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
right? Yeah. Just a touch of love. That was Slave's song. That's been sampled by like so many artists.
What's it called? Just a touch of
love. Yeah, you've heard it before.
A little bit. To my dad.
Yeah.
Just a touch.
Keep Sweat,
no, don't get me wrong. That's the shit, nigga. That's it.
But I don't hear hip hop when I hear that song though.
Not, it ain't. It's urban, but it ain't. It's like urban R&B.
I don't hear hip hop when I hear it.
That's a touch.
Or the slide joint.
Love it. That's my shit.
Keith Sweat did a rendition on his '96 album.
That's my shit. That
was fire. That's a classic.
Love, a little bit.
Just touch. It's just because they don't rap doesn't mean they don't have like hip-hop sensibilities.
No. I'm not saying that, but you know what though? I don't even like that shit. Dope. That just I just never would like compare to like a New Edition or anything like that just because of style of music. Only compare like Force and D's and New Edition because of the style of music in the era that I knew them from. You know what I'm saying? Right. But it was one time like to me. It was one because everybody had their time to shine. Like you can say, all right, when this era, such and such was number one, such and such, you know what I mean? So when that era R&B, like mid to late 80s, I definitely got to give it to Force and D's and New Edition, yo, real shit. Yo.
And then after them would be like, remember the Boyz? Down My Heart.
Yeah,
Boyz came out and they were doing a little bit of rapping on their songs as well.
Yeah, they came out before ABC and all them niggas.
Right.
Babyface.
I think it was Jimmy Jam Taylor Lewis that was producing them.
Yeah, I fucked with them too. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask you a question. I'm glad you brought this up, yo. And Charborough, I know you remember. And hold up, and you know what? And I know Unc remember. And shit, Rock mighty remember as well. Yo. Runs in the family. Remember that? And they was from Jersey, yo. They was like R&B rap.
The family group.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
remember
brought out by Jam Master.
I remember,
What group you said?
Family.
Runs in the family. The
It was like
family
it's spelled like
runs in the fam. Like,
FAM-LEE.
Yeah,
yeah, they came out like early 90s, like
Yeah, I
91.
remember them.
I thought you was talking
Runs
about
in the family. Runs in the family.
Wow, what happened to them?
Yeah, I don't know, but all I'm gonna say is this: they shit was dope. And you don't realize it until after the fact. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
After the fact, but you know, to be continued. But
Yeah.
but the audition, like I said, when it comes to hip hop, like they represented, they were like they represented a beginning. I don't want to say trend, but like to me, they wanted to. I can't say they're the first,
Right.
but I definitely can say they one of the pioneers of hip hop R&B, yo. Straight up, yo.
Well, who was your favorite though? Boyz II Men or Jodeci?
Mine's?
Yeah.
Damn, you know what's crazy? There's some groups I never wanted to compare, yo, but I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. It's like this. I'm kind of torn between this. My hip hop side, of course, lean more towards Jodeci.
Right.
My R&B side lean more towards Boyz II Men. So that's how it go with me. If you know the hip hop energy, nigga Jodeci all day. The hip hop R&B, but when it's a little more R&B than hip hop,
right?
Jodeci. I'm not Jodeci.
Boyz II Men.
But even though Jodeci has some dope slow shit that's not hip hop,
right?
You know what I'm saying? Like lately and all that other shit.
Yeah.
Like even for My Lady, it was hip hop, but it was Come and Talk to Me is one of the best fucking hip hop R&B songs of all time. Let's keep it a buck.
Right.
Especially when Ron G got his hands on it.
Oh yeah.
You know,
and Puff took it.
No.
And Puff took it from Puff took it and put it in the studio.
Y'all had the hybrid producer. Anybody remember Kyle West?
Yes.
No.
He's on the I'll Be Sure first album.
Yep.
Oh no,
kind of like that R&B hip hoppy, because I'll Be Sure first album when he came out, bro. I'll Be Sure didn't dress and move like R&B.
Right.
He wasn't out there looking like Freddie Jackson.
He had a terrible. He used to do this terrible. It's like Rick impression.
Oh no.
Y'all ain't shit, yo. Y'all ain't.
Wow.
Oh shit! Nah, I ain't gonna lie, he was killing it back then too, yo. He another hip hop R&B nigga. That whole Uptown shit was based off of hip hop R&B. That whole Uptown shit.
Yeah.
Yo, if y'all go on YouTube, look up I'll Be Sure at the Apollo Theater in '88 performing Off of Your Own Girl. It is it is the most sus performance by an R&B artist. And this is the era when Michael, Freddie, Prince, Luther was at their height. And like it's like a comedy of errors. And the women did not care. Like he was missing notes. His dancing was terrible. But
well, he was never a great dancer.
Oh my!
On
that tour.
Hey, I want to kill Albie like that, man. Hey,
I'm not a.
On that tour when they had I'll Be Sure, New Edition, and Bobby Brown.
Yeah,
I'll Be Sure started off as the headliner.
He
went back. He actually.
You mean the opening? You mean the opening?
No, I'll Be Sure was the headliner in the beginning of the tour.
Yeah.
At the end of the tour, it was Bobby Brown.
Mm-hmm. Bobby talked about that on Sean's podcast, that he like both came. Albie and New Edition left that tour. It became Bobby's tour.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hold on. Listen, hold on. And I fucks with I'll Be Sure, but you telling me at one point in the tour, I'll Be Sure was the headline?
He was, because he was big at that time than Bobby. This is before My Prerogative and Don't Be Cruel blew up.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay. All right.
Because his album came out in '88 and Bobby came out in '89.
No.
Okay.
No, Don't Be Cruel and In Effect Mode, they both came out.
They came out the same year?
Oh yeah. No. I know what you mean. But I get what both of y'all saying. I get what y'all saying. And you did say Bobby Brown ended up being the headliner towards the end, because you know, after every little step it was a rap.
Had something to prove to each other. Remember, New Edition before the Coming Home album, they had something to prove. Right? Yes. Bobby Brown was coming off the King of Stage album, releasing a new My Prerogative album. So he was the headliner, right?
Right.
Al B. Shaw had remember the Quincy Jones back in. Remember Quincy Jones said Kyle West and Al B. Shaw are the future of music.
You remember how big Night and Day was off on Your Own Girl?
Yes, that was big. That was a big single.
I'll be show.
Yeah,
man. Yeah, man. And salute to Al B. Shaw. He probably is somewhere in the bushes. Everybody I got a story.
I just saw him at Rock the Bells. He good.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, oh man, don't even bring it up, man. I'm talking I was supposed to be in Rock the Bells, man, but it's all good, bro.
Man. I was not missing that show. I was going there about some way. I was not missing that.
Yeah, I do that wedding. But nigga, next year we in the building, yo. Next year, Rock the Bells.
I'm definitely trying to
Rock the Bells might fuck our head up and bring a nigga like, I don't know, Nas out that bitch or a motherfucking you know what I mean? Smith and Wesson and them niggas is some, you know what I mean? Real shit. I love to see boot camp at Rock the Bells.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
The only new rappers I will accept at Rock the Bells is Griselda.
Yeah.
No Freddie Gibbs.
That's
it. Wait a minute.
I mean, of course, Freddie Gibbs, because he part of that. You know that I'm talking about that genre of music.
Right.
Keep trap and drill shit away from Rock.
I can't hear what you said.
Yeah, Freddie Gibbs ain't new, bro. Griselda, they ain't new.
Yeah, they're new.
No. I'm not saying they're new, but I'm saying that's the newest. I will go with. I would accept. You know what I'm saying? That for Rock the Bells, you know, Rock the Bells is more known for like legends, like 30 years in the game. You know what I mean? So far as like the actual latest that I will accept is that genre of music. You know what I mean? Because
they're new for this era though. They wasn't out in the 90s.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They wasn't out in the 90s. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's like an extension.
Right? They came out like 2017.
Which one?
Now before that, yo, who Griselda? I'm gonna be honest. People, who? Griselda?
I thought Freddie Gibbs was like 2017, 20.
Before that, before that, he was out because he was out with Jeezy and them first. He was with
I forgot the name of Jeezy's crew, CTE or something like that.
Something to that effect.
Yeah, he had his own crew.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But again, like he
kind of like Rock Marcy and Flip Mode. People don't remember like
exactly. Yeah. Rock Marcy now is more popular by itself than he was with Flip Mode.
Right.
Yeah. Just like Currency after he left Young Money. You know what I mean?
Right. So, he was with Lil Wayne at one point.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So you know how I go, but yeah, I fucked with you know, Griselda and John Burrow. I know who my favorite latest rapper is Stove God Cook.
Oh yeah,
straight up, yo.
Yeah, you're gonna be waiting for that album. Boy,
man, let me tell you something. Stove God Cook and light shit up, yo. I'm telling you. Listen, I'm telling you. Watch.
Sure.
Listen. Let me tell you something. Hey, I'm just gonna. Yo, I swear to God, it's gonna fuck with your head. What I'm about to say. I think Rock know about it. I know Triborough know about it. Let me tell you some crazy shit. What this nigga did, right? And this is I think the article was on Reddit or some shit like that, right? So Stove God Cook, right? So they did this new genre of music, right? The way it's marketed, it's like a dope underground way of marketing, but it's a global underground way of marketing as well, right? Are you with me so far? So you remember the era of like, let's just say Wu-Tang Clan selling that album for a one-time piece and they can't be released until like 2080, whatever.
Right.
And you know, they got some 7-figure, you know, for that one copy of the album, whatever, right? Mm-hmm. The shit was, you know, buried in a case under something else in a vault inside Morocco and all the other crazy shit. All right, cool. So then you had Nipsey, who did the slick shit with Crenshaw. He added tech marketing, you know what I'm saying, mixed with ahead of his time, mixed with social media is growing, but it's still into a level where it's at today type shit. So I can get away with shit that I know that they don't, like this QR code shit and yada yada yada, right? Mm-hmm. And then he sold albums for like what,
$100, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This nigga Stove God Cook made an album that was a work of art and they kept taking it off of YouTube. So I had to get, you know, listen to it off YouTube, whatever. They had to take it off because it wasn't supposed to be there because the album privately sold for guess how much, huh? Guess how much, Rock? And I know Triborough no, but just go fuck your head up. Guess how much? Guess how much?
$500,000.
Oh, you know what? That's the closest answer I ever heard when I mentioned it to anyone.
100,000.
Nah, I heard about $1 million straight up a piece.
Yep.
I'm not saying it didn't come with incentives either. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You might, whatever that shit come with, and knowing that it's like, and it's like some it's borderline NFT type. Of course, you might own the rights to this music that might have some more value to the shit years later. I wouldn't be surprised. It's like that, and I'm not gonna lie. It's called his first album is called Reasonable Drop, produced entirely by Rock Marciano. That's a classic. Am I right, Triborough? That's a classic.
Definitely.
And then he has some shit called If These Kitchen Walls Can Talk, and that is a work of art.
Mm-hmm.
It is a work of art. You get what I'm saying? Like it ain't so much of what he's talking about, because what he's talking about is nothing new. It's how he's talking about it in a style. That's what captures me. Right. You know what I mean? The subject ain't nothing new. So it's like, all right, whatever. And if you're from our era, you know, of course, understanding is easy. But the style of it mixed with a nostalgic style and it's like a modified nostalgic style, and that equals timeless. Right. You know what I mean? If anything that's celebrated forever, you know what I'm saying, and it's timeless, it's forever, timeless forever, and you always feel it forever, it's gonna last forever. It's not a trend. It's
you know what I'm saying? I gotta get out of here because I gotta do the show. I gotta get because I got the joint at 11, bro. So,
word.
Hey, I'm out of here. Peace, y'all.
All right,
you got it.
Peace out.
All right.
Yeah. So we waiting for his next album. Hopefully, it's great.
Who?
Stove Got Cooks.
Oh yeah, listen, that and I ain't gonna hold y'all, man. I'm behind too, man. I feel kind of corny. I ain't even listened to Alfredo 2 yet.
Oh, you gotta hear that. That's a phenomenal, one of the best albums of the year. Definitely.
Damn, because you know I'm still on the Clips album. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah, Clips album was great.
Yeah, I'm on a Clips album. You know what I'm saying? So I know the rest of the year gonna be fire with Master Pill.
Oh, yeah.
The Supreme Clientele coming through.
Yes.
And
I'm sorry.
Now go ahead.
What did you think of the snippet that Ghostface released when he's sampling himself, Mighty Healthy?
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Supreme Clientele too. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
I fucks with it. You know, I'm excited about the Ghostface shit. You know what I'm saying? More now than I was before. You know what I'm saying? You know, but I think he gonna hit us with something.
And it's 22 tracks, but they haven't released the track listing yet. So hopefully this weekend they will. We already know Nas is gonna be on there, so we're gonna get a Nas and Ghostface collab.
Nas on it sound like, I don't know. If you ask me, it sound like Nas on every last one of Master Pill albums.
I think that's the plan. I think he's gonna be on every last release from Master Pill.
Yeah, and he's gonna be the last one to release one too. I already know it.
Yeah.
Yo, that's a clever marketing strategy.
Yeah.
Alone for Nas, right?
Yeah.
Definitely.
It's like slick shit.
Yo, it's like a rubber stamp. It's like stamping some good dope.
Yeah, because you think about it, right? It's he modified it, that type of thing into this time. Like, let's say, for instance, let's just say it's back in the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even though I'm not gonna really include Jada, I can include Jada, but I'm not gonna include Jada because Jada, he do features before and after this album run is you know what I mean, you know. Right. And so he's always, you know, he got a feature. He probably one of the most featured rappers of all time. Real shit. He definitely got to be. But you know, when a rapper is like laying low and we make a comeback, sometimes they make a couple of features, sometimes they make a bunch of features. But regardless of what they make features to kind of warm you up for the album that's about to drop. And that's what Nas did. He said, fuck it, I'm gonna be featuring all of them. So it's a possibility. I wouldn't be surprised if Nas on the Big L album, Dead by Soul album. We already know we already know he's on the Mobb Deep album.
Yep.
And of course, we know he's on the Slick Rick album.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So he did a feature for every album. He on the Clips album. He on the Big Quan album.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? We already know he on Ghost album.
Yeah.
So the question is he on? Even if he ain't, he still did some slick shit. But I won't be surprised if he's on the De La Soul album and the De La Soul album and Big L album. Yep.
Yeah.
And what he's doing is that he's creating like verses that at the end of the year we are going to try and rank which verse from the Mass Appeal albums was the best.
The best one.
And I think that is going to really bode well for for Mass Appeal going forward, because and it's also showing that there's levels to this. Like a certain rapper a couple weeks ago said that he got Nas lit. Like this is being lit for the right reasons.
Right.
And he's showing that you don't have to be on like the Shade Room or TMZ or whatever is the criteria for being relevant in order to be shown respect in hip hop.
Rocker, you just gave me another good show idea. Just when everything is released, we could come back and rank the best like top 5 Nas verses from the Mass Appeal releases.
Yo, I'm with it.
You know what I'm saying? I just had a good idea for that.
Because Ray got me thinking. Like this is a brilliant marketing strategy. Like it's like rubber stamping some good dope, because what like Nas verse on these Mass Appeal albums, to me, it's the equivalent of the Wu-Tang logo on Wu-Tang product back in the day. Like, if it has that stamp, that they're gonna stand behind this product.
Mm-hmm. And supposedly he's gonna be on more than one song for the Mobb Deep album. So we might get like 3 verses from Nas on the Mobb Deep album.
When that Mobb Deep album come out, like it may be because Prodigy passed and because of Queensbridge politics. There's going to be some moments that's going to be, like, for lack of a better term, emotionally triggering. Like, damn,
yeah,
like that. I wish, like, some songs are going to make you wish Prodigy was alive. I mean, we all wish Prodigy was alive, but if he was alive to see this come to fruition, like, it's going to make you wish, like, damn, imagine if Prodigy and Nas was on the same team, like back in 95, 96.
Yeah. I'm hoping that album comes out soon. I don't know. I think those releases are gonna release in the fall, like the Dilla album and Big L, Mob. Then they're waiting for the fall for that, and then
what album? My bad. What album you said you hope come out?
Dilla Soul and Big L albums. I think those will come after the summer, and then the end of the year with Nas and Primo.
I think that's how. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Like I can see the Mob coming out like Thanksgiving and Nas like Christmas and some shit like that.
Ghost is this month, so you would have to think like after August, going to September,
October.
Maybe they release one of them in September or October.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see Big L or De La Soul September, October type thing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then like the Mob Deep, but you gotta think the weather. It's like I say they don't drop summertime shit. They done drop summertime shit, but if it ain't summertime, Nas them drop in the wintertime, like how they did that.
He's done that before.
That Magic and shit. Remember Magic? He said shit out tomorrow. That shit was crazy, yo.
Yep.
And I like when music drop unexpectedly, yo. Ain't nothing like an unexpected exclusive, yo. Because I ain't gonna lie, I get more excited. I get more excited if the shit just pop out. Like he's like, how he do it? Like, yo, tomorrow or it's out now. You know what I'm saying? Opposed to, come on next year, man.
like Alfredo 2 came out of nowhere because it was like they announced it a couple of days and then the following week it came out. So we didn't even know he was working it because he never, in Alchemist in all the interviews, he never mentioned Alfredo 2. He mentioned the Erykah Badu album. He mentioned The album he did with 2 Chainz and Larry June and the Mobb Deep album, but he never mentioned Alfredo 2, and that just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think the biggest example of announcing an album too much is the Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg album.
Yeah.
Like they teased it too much.
Yeah.
And then like the more you teased it, the more you heighten expectations.
Uh-huh.
And when the album came out, it just came and went.
I was highly disappointed. You know, like the production, even the features, like some of the features. Method Man was on a track that he didn't save the track, and 50 Cent was on the track and he didn't save it, and yeah, they promoted that everywhere, but that was a disappointing album.
And when you had and for an album that was backed by Interscope, like that, and I'm sure the millions that they spent just on the promotion of it.
Yeah,
I'm sure Jamie Iovine's like, this is the last time we doing this.
Oh no.
But what I want to say is like, yo, what do y'all think? Like, this might like what I would like to see is like mass appeal, like at the end of the year when all of these albums come out, you know, digitally, like they could like put out like a bundle of the physicals and just put them in one bundle and just sell
man, that'd be crazy.
I would buy that in a heartbeat.
That would be $1,000, I think, if they did that. Like all on vinyl or CD, that would be, because that would be like a holiday gift idea for somebody.
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
I ain't gonna lie, man. That vinyl sound hit different.
Yeah.
That vinyl sound hit different.
That would be a great holiday gift idea. Just have them bundle up all 7 albums for the holidays for like that special loved one or whatever.
I mean, shit. I mean, like you can frame them. You can frame each album on your wall.
Yep.
Like it would be like art pieces, and I think you know what Ray was talking about. Like it would raise the value of music to make them like art pieces. Like this is something that is part of the same family, but they're different.
Facts.
Same quality of artists, and like have it for a limited run. You know, sell it for $1,000 on vinyl. I think it would sell out.
I think so too. You know, yeah, I definitely waiting that Ghost album. I think it's gonna be fire, and you want to hear some new Ghostface. It's been a while. You know,
we had one last year, but
yeah, he had to set the tone.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta do that after you've been out for a minute. I mean, you know what I mean. But overall,
yeah,
low key, he got a dope catalog.
Yeah, for sure.
And by himself.
Oh yeah,
like outside of Wu. You know what I mean? Like Raekwon had the best album, hands down. That Purple Tape was the best Wu-Tang solo album, hands down.
Yeah.
As far as who has like a, I think a more on the catalog, as far as like tough albums.
Yeah,
I gotta give it to him, yo. I can't even front.
I was saying that before you came on, like he kept Wu-Tang relevant in the 2000s.
Yo, I'm talking about all the way up to 2000 and whatever. He just kept going. You know what I'm saying? Like
he was consistent.
He was consistent as fuck, nonstop. Nation know he doing the shit with Neo, and you know what I'm saying, the shit with Kiss and them.
Facts.
And then that held us on until it was time for Cuban Link 2.
Exactly.
You heard up? That held us down. And then Raekwon made another run after Cuban Link 2. He had the Shaolin versus Wu-Tang.
That's one of my favorites.
Word up. Y'all ain't gonna lie. Low key, that's like that's like it was written Illmatic to me, low key. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like that shit was tough.
Yeah.
You know, he had Jim and Nas on that shit, and that shit was tough.
Rich and Black, that was my joint.
Yep, Rich and Black, and that shit with Jim called Rock and Roll. I can't even hold you. That shit went tough.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that shit was tough. So I definitely gotta give it to Raekwon on that run. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, that's the Cuban Link 2 run.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? And now it's a whole other new run. You know what I'm saying? The massive tour run.
Yes.
You know, so but he definitely you know, like I said, he definitely and we can say this 30 years later that fucking Purple Tape is one of the best albums of all time, yo.
Definitely.
Real shit.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing having, but an album all the time, a single all, you know what I mean? Like, top 5?
Yeah.
Hands down.
For sure. Like top tier, like when we talk about Illmatic and the Chronic and Doggy Style, Cuban Link right there for me.
Oh, before I forget, fellas, I forget, I'm only asking it now because I don't want to forget.
Yeah.
Yo, I just happened to turn my YouTube on, yo, and I forgot all about this shit. I thought it was a trolling, but it's real. Hey, yo, how y'all feel about they canceling BET Hip Hop and Soul Train Awards?
We talked about that too. I mean, like Rocket said earlier, I don't feel like they need to be doing award shows for shows that are no longer on. Like Soul Train been canceled for like 20 years already. You know what I'm saying? Why are we still doing the Soul Train Awards? Like there's no show. Like same with the VMAs. Like they still doing the VMAs and they don't show video.
Soul Train was though. I think Soul Train Awards were still in a way of celebrating the Soul Train itself. It's because they don't want to like the culture for the next generation to forget what Soul Train made to the culture. That is my opinion. But
I mean, instead of them doing that, why not have an award show like that's dedicated to the legacy of hip hop? Like how VH1 had the hip hop honors.
Yeah, what happened to that? What happened to that?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, they can give like make special awards and honor different, artists, their legacy in the game, and you honor like the fallen artists, and then you bridge the gap with the newer artists. You have some of the newer artists come on and perform. That's how they should do it. Instead of just having like a hip hop award show where nobody watches it. And then you have like some of these artists that are like people don't care for that's on there, and again it's like the like what they did in June when they paid homage to One Assistant Park. That was good because that was a huge show for that network in the 2000s, and they brought back like all of the hosts, and that felt nostalgic. But they can't do that every year for One Assistant Park.
And my idea, if they ever bring back the BET Hip Hop Awards, I would like for them to do away with the ciphers.
Right.
Like just create something new, because the ciphers when they first started, they were genuine. It meant something for MCs that were in the industry to rhyme with other MCs in the same cipher, and it made for an interesting blend of lyrical personalities, like the cipher when you had Busta Rhymes and Ludacris, or you had Fab and Kiss.
Yeah.
But once it got to the point where you got like R&B singers having their own ciphers, and you got comedians like doing their versions of the cipher, like I would like for them, if they're gonna do the award show thing, like create a showcase for talent that is emerging or established,
right?
But do it in a way where it doesn't look like they're trying to recapture something from the past.
Right.
Like maybe have like Triborough said, like maybe have Alchemist be in charge of it.
I would pick him because he's a great bridge for the new and the old.
Yeah, because I think as great as Preem is, like Preem may have some blind spots.
Yeah,
like maybe like having a new like a newer set of eyes and ears can help revitalize it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, just think about it. Like, Alchemist has been around for over 25 years, and he's done stuff with everybody from Jadakiss to Migos to Currency to Freddie Gibbs to Griselda. He would be the perfect bridge, I think, for a show like that. You know what I'm saying? And I've never been a Migos fan, but just that one Migos song he did with Migos and Mac Miller, that was phenomenal. And that just go to show you, like, his range is, like, to me, it's more versatile than like Premier. He's versatile, but he went into other genres. Like, he did stuff with Miley Cyrus and Sam Smith, but he doesn't really work with, like, a lot of newer artists like that.
You said, like, Premier did something for Sam Smith?
Yeah, he did a remix for Sam Smith.
And you said who else?
And Miley Cyrus.
Miley Cyrus and Premier. Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Yeah, that sounds crazy, yo.
Yeah,
Miley Cyrus,
but he doesn't work too much with newer artists within hip hop, like how Alchemist did.
See, I mean, I never thought about it. I still see Premier, like, working with, like, some of the same artists he worked with, as far as, like, you know, the people I named, like that genre of music with the Griseldas and the Freddie Gibbs and you know, them cats. You know what I'm saying? Larry Jones and all of them. Actually, right now, I ain't gonna hold you. Like, out of all the work that Premier does, the most anticipated Premier work is that Nas album right now.
Yeah,
I think Nas gonna go fucking ape shit.
Yeah, we know that about Nas. It's the Premier on production is what I don't know about. You know what I'm saying? Because it's been a long time since I heard, like, a full album he produced that was good.
But
you know, he had no choice though, man. I'm telling you, that Premier. I mean, not Premier. What's the last Nas run? The Hit Boy run?
Yeah.
That I know it added inspiration just for the simple fact how that collab they had on that what's that album? What's the Magic album?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? With the ASAP Rocky feature.
Yeah.
ASAP Rocky feature. Yeah. So I think.
But I would imagine Preem, he's highly motivated to match, if not top, what P Rock and Common did with Auditorium Volume 1.
Yeah.
Because that's what most people are going to compare the album to.
To P Rock and Common.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Man.
Because like the because that's going to be like the referendum is that Common has been in the industry almost just as long as Nas.
Right. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I think it's like both. Like, they both was like early 90s niggas as far as, like, when you first see them on the scene. They actually been around the same time.
Yeah.
Cause I ain't gonna lie, like, to me, Common is the Shot-Town Nas.
Right.
I ain't gonna hold you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, to them, Nas is the motherfucking Queen's what's his name? Queen's Common.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know that the way he, hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, the shit he be saying. Yeah.
Right.
You know?
And the thing about it is that, like, both Nas and Common, like, their inspirations, they had the same inspirations, not just in hip hop, but if you just read their lyrics on paper, like, you can almost guess who they were reading when they were kids.
Right.
Langston Hughes, Ralph Ellis, James Baldwin.
Oh, talking about Nas and Common?
Yeah.
Exactly.
As far as their black consciousness is concerned. Like when you hear Nas and Common, you know that you're going to hear some reference to a piece of literature that is going to inspire you to look it up.
Right. And they were supposed to do an album together. Remember that?
Yeah. They would. Yeah. That would have been a dope one though.
I would love to hear Common on that Nas and Primo album coming out.
Hey, listen, you never know.
You
know
I ain't
gonna lie. I can hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah. Real talk, both. Mm-hmm. I can hear not just Premier, but Alchemist too behind
yeah.
Common and Esco shit. That's dope.
For sure.
You know what I mean? Like, they might I can see an EP, at least an EP.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes sense.
I know. I saw a post this week that Alchemist might be doing something with Lloyd Banks.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Yeah, man.
What? Alchemist. Yeah, he
I want to hear that. I want to hear that for sure.
That'd be crazy.
What?
That'd be crazy,
man.
He low key though. Got a dope catalog within the last 5 years.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Lloyd Banks.
Banks, yeah.
The Cody series.
What? Man.
See, I think Cody is
popular as it was because he's not mainstream. You know what I'm saying? That mainstream shit, like, that old school genuine shit. You know what I mean? It's more like him. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna lie, all his shit's been dope though. I can't front.
Yeah, I listen to all
dope, yo.
Yeah.
Yo, from the Rotten Apple.
Yep.
I think like the Cody albums are his most introspective of his career. But if you notice, like the freestyles that he's doing, he's tapping back into his mixtape.
Yeah, mixtape, bro.
I think he's using the freestyles to.
You dropped that Gravity freestyle yesterday.
Yeah,
that's in fire.
And I think that's smart. Like he's reminding people that he's matured. His outlook is different as a person, but he can still rip a new asshole in any MC on the scene.
Definitely. Man, if we could get like Banks and Alchemist for like the Halloween Havoc joint, what? That would be bananas.
And I think that will happen.
Yeah.
Because why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't Banks want it to happen?
Yeah, and he's done stuff with Alchemist in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Yo, I wanted to ask y'all, like last week, y'all know where I'm gonna go with this. Will.i.am, he was on Sway in the Morning, and he said that Black Thought is a trillion times a better MC than Jay-Z.
He said a trillion?
A trillion times.
Yeah.
Tariq Trotter is a trillion times better in MC than Sean Carter.
See, when he started talking crazy like that, first of all, Mr. trying to be Wycliffe ass, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. Fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Let's just start with that. All right.
Right.
Let's just start with that. That's one. Two, nigga, you just now getting up on the latest. He probably just down here in the Funk Flex freestyle with motherfucking Black Thought. Like what? Before the pandemic, if I'm not mistaken, that shit was so. You know what I mean? Like, and the first thing he want to do is compare him to Jay-Z. That's how you can tell niggas really listen to rap and niggas all of a sudden listen a little bit and think they know every fuck. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. Get the fuck out of here, my nigga. I don't give a fuck. Stop it. All right. Your credibility can't put a sentence in the fucking conversation. Let's start with that, nigga. Let's talk about that. Like that nigga, like the nigga that blogger that look like Shaheen. Right. Let's talk about that, nigga. Let's talk about that. That's one. Let's talk about that. All right. And just because Jay-Z ain't have an album since 2017, nigga, that don't mean shit. Let's talk. Come on now. He said a trillion. Nigga, you act like you're comparing Black Thought to a nigga that ain't known for rhyming like that. Yeah, Jay-Z. Nigga, stop. He's a trillion times Jay-Z. When niggas start talking like that, man, your credibility don't even count in that conversation of lyricism and the raw hip hop authenticity that we congregate with. So nigga, get the fuck out of here, nigga. You got more work to listen to, nigga. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
And what I find funny is, like, he was clearly throwing shade at Jay, but why? Exactly. Because if you look at Jay as to say, well, Black Thought was better because it's a mainstream artist, but Black Eyed Peas was a mainstream group. When Fergie got there, they really started selling when Fergie got there. They wasn't selling before she got there. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So, and mind you, Black Thought that nigga. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
He that nigga. He is. Yes. He's on the top. He's definitely one of the best lyricists of all time list. Right. However, don't just ride away. Just because you ride away don't mean you got shit on hold. Come on now. Exactly. A trillion, my nigga.
Exactly.
It's one thing he said, yo, I think he fucking with Hov. I would, you know what I mean? I'd be like, yeah, he might get Hov some work. But I ain't gonna say a trillion. Stop, bro.
Black Thought is good, but let's be real. His only classics are with his group. And they haven't had a classic since Things Fall Apart. That was over 25 years ago. His solo run was disappointing. Like his best album is with Danger Mouse. That album came out like a couple years ago. But up against Jay would beat him easily.
I think what hurts Thought is that Streams of Thought volumes 1 and 2, produced by Salaam Remi and Ninth Wonder, we have those albums,
right?
But beyond us, how many people have actually heard
those
albums?
And there wasn't great beats. Like Ninth Wonder didn't give him his best shit on those projects.
No, I ain't gonna hold you though. He had some shit called Money Making Jam Boys, which is this group he was bringing out. I think it came out like 2013. That shit was tough. I can't be front. It was like an underground,
right?
Group. You know what I mean? Like it was his group. They you ever get a chance to listen to Money Making Jam Boys? It's on YouTube. They shit is fire. And I made a back when I think with the Broncos and the fucking I forgot who in the Super Bowl. Anyway, I had made a barber video with that shit, and that shit was like cheap but cheaper. This is Friday night. Cheap but cheaper. This is Friday night. Street fever, and that shit was just fire, dude. And the
Enigma Salute. He said their background singer before Fergie was Kim Hill. Why did she leave? I don't even remember their background singer.
Oh,
Kim Hill. Kim Hill was there before Fergie. Apparently, I don't even remember their background singer, so I can't even tell you.
Yeah.
But they didn't start selling records until Fergie entered the group.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He's a trillion times better than Jay-Z. Stop, bro. Stop, bro. Stop.
I think if it's one thing to say, I think what if you listen to Black Thought, clearly Black Thought, his MCing is much more denser. Like he's going to combine so many multi-syllable compound rhymes. Like he's much more technical, and he's much more precise than Hov. Like Hov uses. If you listen to his records, he uses a lot of syncopation. So he's going to play with the flow. Sometimes, like his rhymes are going to fall out of a pocket, but it's never. But it still is dope. And I think sometimes, like people may look at technical proficiency as the number one criteria when judging an MC. And yet, like if I'm, to me, like, would I compare? It's like comparing Jay-Z to Pharoah Monch. They're both MCs, but I mean, there's there's obvious differences in how they approach making music.
But bro, you know what's sad is the sad thing is there's a lot of hip hop heads that agree with what will.i.am is saying, because just for the simple fact that they can't stand Jay and he was so mainstream, so they feel like, oh, he's right. Oh yes, Black Thought is, but yeah, Black Thought is a great MC, but can he make a hit record without his group?
No, I don't even want to compare them. It's just that I'm just defending the fact that this dude talking about something. Oh, he's a trillion ton. Hey, cut it out, bro. Like
exactly,
bro. I don't care how commercial. I don't care how many commercial songs Hov had. Let's not forget the real overall catalog, the raw shit, not including mixtape, all that under Murder Inc., all that shit.
Watch the Throne.
You know what I'm saying? Like real shit. First of all, if you no disrespect, but if you want to go toe to toe with lyricism, if you want to compare them, Well I Am, go back to the 90s first. Don't even go to 2000s yet.
Right.
Go back to the 90s first. You know what I'm saying? I want money like Cosby, who wouldn't. This kind of talk, maybe think you probably ain't got to put. Come on, man. Stop, man. You know what I mean? Like, cut it out. Like, when you do your comparisons, you say that shit to like when it's a landslide. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, when a nigga ain't you can't really compare on that level of lyricism. But
you can't even put Black Thought in the category of, you know, MCs to step out of their group and have a great solo career, because he's not that. Now you can say that for Busta Rhymes. You know what I'm saying? He's one of the best to leave a group and go solo and have a great solo career. You know, Grand Puba, Sadat X.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't want to shit on Black. Like I said, I fuss with Black, but like I said, it's just that Will I Am. You can't say he's a trill all of a sudden because you just got up on Black Thought. That's what he just got up on Black Thought. Real shit, nigga.
Oh man.
All he knew was Questlove before that.
Oh man.
You heard up. So,
and I fuck with the Peas. I like Black Eyed Peas. It's just that when he said that, I'm like, come on.
I don't know.
That's you just hating. Just say that you don't like Jay-Z. That's all.
Yeah. We say you don't like Hov. But don't say that. Oh well, Black Thought's a trillion times better. Stop.
Right.
You talk like Hov is weak, like Hov was corny or something.
If Hov drop a Ether 2 on his ass, what he gonna come out with? He gonna have to call up the Peas and Fergie. You know? Come on, man.
Mm-mm.
I don't. That's the part I hate. It's like when it comes to Jay, when it comes to like some of the artists, because they were mainstream, they don't want to give them they props. But if they drop that now, everybody gonna be saluting them.
I ain't gonna hold you. You know Hov don't care.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if Hov respond to that shit.
Nah, he ain't gonna.
That'd be funny though.
He ain't gonna do that. He could, but he I don't think he will. I'm like, he got you respond to somebody else. Don't respond to him, because I'm like, really, you're gonna get some battle with Will I Am?
No. Will I Am won't say shit. He'd be happy. But I'm talking about. I ain't even think Hov gonna tweet about it. Hov and that type of dude. He's gonna mention it in his raps.
Right.
Oh, and speaking of mentioning his raps, and tweet about it.
Yeah.
What do y'all think? Not stirring no shit up, but I'm not gonna hold you. That whole Nas and Jim Jones shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And not, I ain't with the whole bullshit back for, I fuck with both of them, but at the end of the day, Nas, whatever. But that Raekwon verse, I ain't gonna front. When I first heard it, I was like, oh shit. Mm-hmm. I didn't think Nas would respond to Jim that serious, you know what I mean?
Right.
But Raekwon said that shit was recorded way before that shit.
Nah. That's about Jim. We know that's about Jim.
Oh,
you know why he first of all, why would you have to do a live and speak for Nas? Why can't Nas speak for himself?
That I'm glad you said that. I thought it was weird that Raekwon took it upon himself to speak for Nas. Like,
exactly.
Like Nas doesn't need somebody to be his defense attorney.
Exactly. Because Raekwon know himself that it was about Jim. That's why he came on and now he looks suspect. Because he's saying, oh, well, me and Jim is friends. He cut from the Cuban link cloth. Yeah, but that may be true. But we know when we hear that verse, that's all about Jim.
Whoa. Say that again.
He said on the live, he was like, the Jim is his boy, and he's cut from the Cuban link cloth. And I'm like, yeah, that could be true, but still, when you hear that verse, you know Nas is going at Jim without saying his name.
I'm floored that Raekwon said that Jim Jones is cut from the Cuban link.
Yeah, that's what he said, and I'm like, huh? They wasn't out. They wasn't out in '95. When was he cut? What cloth was he cut from?
Yo, he's lucky that he gave that.
He's inspired
on IG Live, because if it was if he would have said that to somebody that would actually challenge him, you know, like a damn, like who could challenge what Raekwon just said that would give him pushback?
Cameron know Jim better than anybody, and Mace.
Yeah.
What? I didn't hear them say anything about it.
I mean, like even if Jim Jones is your man, like now, like when you say something like that, now I know that you're going out of your way to protect Jimmy. Like Jimmy made his bed, let him lay in it.
Exactly.
Like it's not on you to fix his mess.
I didn't feel sorry when the Clips went at him. I'm like, he deserved that, because the fact that he could get on Club Shay Shay and he's asking Shannon, name five. It was not Shay Shay. It was Breakfast Club. He's telling Charlamagne that name 5 Clips records. Like, what? Are you kidding me? How about classic albums that they have? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, even if he's inspired by Ray, I'm like, when we listen to Dipset, I don't hear Cuban Link from him especially. You know what I'm saying?
Like Jim Jones he's not better than any member of American Cream Team.
Nah. He's not even better than when Jewels was in his bag, he wasn't even better than Jewels. You know what I'm saying? Like when Jewels first came out and he's like, what, 18, 19, and Diplomatic Immunity Volume 1 comes out, he was the MVP of that double album. He had the best verses on that double album. From Me to You, a great debut album. Even the second album, What the Game's Been Missing, great sophomore album. I can't say the same for Jim. Jim had a run because he hustled to get to where he's at, and I'll give him his props for that, because he didn't get that Rockefeller contract like Jewels and Cam did. So he had to hustle and get his deals from Koch and from Warner Brothers and all that. But when you get on these platforms and you say ludicrous shit like, oh, name 5 Clips records, or he's better than Nas, like, come on. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I only ask a Ray question.
What's that? Oh, shit.
Like Redman put out Muddy Waters 2 last December. Like, what are your like I wonder, like, what is stopping, like because there's so many older rappers putting out albums, what is stopping Tretch from putting out an album in 2025?
That's a great question.
It ain't like, I don't think he lost a step.
Right.
But when so many people cite his influence, clearly he's hearing just how revered he is.
Feared.
So I feel like he has a perfect opportunity to do what so many of his peers are doing right now. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm gonna say this, because one thing about him, Old Boy, that's what we call him in Jersey. We call him Old Boy.
Right.
One thing about Old Boy, yo, he is a busy guy, yo. Because remember, he's still acting heavy. He on tour. He on tour. He on solo tours and Vegas,
right?
Not including a tour with the play and all that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the theater and all that. You know what I'm saying? With
Jason's Lyric.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But in the middle of that, he got exclusive shit with the next generation of rappers from Ill Town, and that's y'all look up Ill City, and the 050 Boys. Like they do a lot of shit with Tretch, yo. Tretch do a lot of shit with them. If you want to hear like current music with Tretch, it's with them, yo.
Okay.
It's with them. They shit tough. I ain't gonna hold you. They make that raw genre of music, but it's East Orange energy. East Ill Town energy.
Are they on YouTube? They have these songs on YouTube?
Hell yeah. It's called Ill City.
Ill City. I'm gonna check them out.
I shot a video for them. I shot a video for Reek 050, whatever, before it was 05. I shot a video for them back in like 2010.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And Tresh was the feature back then with them. He always like rock with them. You know what I'm saying? Like that's he always if you want anything coming from him, you can hear it through them. You know what I'm saying? You Ill City. You know what I'm saying? Reek 050 and all that. And it's raw. You know what I'm saying? It's raw.
I see it. Out the Mud, Big Stump.
Out the Mud, yep.
Boondini, Big Nutty.
Yep. Like they go in, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. They go in. And the one of the main, people from the leader of the movement. That's my guy, Reek. He like one of the leader of the movement. And yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's raw.
Enigma has another question. He says, speaking of 90s music, why is 90s era R&B sound just so good? Is it the production, the lyrics? I think it's just timeless music that we had, that whole era, that whole decade. It was just timeless music of in rap and in R&B and even alternative rock. When you had the era of Nirvana and you had the era of Rage Against the Machine and Wu-Tang Clan and Mary J. That's like we can still play these albums now. Cuban Link was just celebrated 30 years, and it's just timeless music. It was just a better era, in my opinion.
You know what's timeless music though?
No.
I mean, you know why it's timeless?
Yeah.
Because they put time into it.
Exactly.
They ain't rushing shit.
Facts.
Between now and today, they rush that shit, put it out as soon as they ain't leave the studio yet, put the shit out.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They ain't leave the studio yet.
Yeah. And they would do, even in the mixtape era, they were doing that.
And also, like if you take groups like Jodeci, Boyz II Men, for example, I'm sure that they did multiple takes to get the best performance captured on record. Whereas now you can just upload. You can upload a song, and you can, like, whatever musical idea that you had, you can just upload it and see how people feel about it. And they didn't even go through like the quality control isn't there because people will go with the first idea that they have and not even bother to even listen to it or sit on it overnight or determine is there another way that this can be executed.
Right. Hey, let me ask you a question. Speaking of takes and all that, right? Even back in the day, like when Clue had a mixtape, there was a freestyles and that shit. There was some. I look back and I'm thinking as we're talking, some of those freestyles definitely had to have more than one take because it was too fucking good, yo.
Yeah.
I think the best freestyle out of a Clue tape, the best one, and I'll never say which is the best one. It's 2025.
Right.
It's safe to say which one. Just my opinion. I ain't gonna say nothing facts, but just my opinion. But the Foulness 2. The Foulness 2.
Wow.
Nas and Nature.
Yeah.
Daily Departed. Today there is a reminiscence about enemies and chocolate. My persona glistens.
Wow.
Giuliani couldn't find me at the key to New York. Charlie's tried shit behind me. It's time to breeze, plant my roots overseas, and have my seeds speaking God your knees. God damn.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He killed, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know, I listen to that shit on vinyl. That's how raw that shit is. and then Nas introduced everybody to him. I mean, you know what I'm saying? With that shit. And then Nas, he just came in. It's war nowadays. Ain't nothing changed since my child days. Ducking straight shots, mad cops. The foul play. Loose cars. No. I would say he said loose crack, counting dice, no cars, mountain bikes, bulletproof up, blue and white vans, the housing type. Then he said screw 'em niggas. He said fake fiends be coming through on niggas, copping cracks that flip out a walkie-talkie full of niggas. Trapped in a cold world, naked and ashamed, gun spray, my niggas locked up under alias names. Hurry up and bail him before his fingerprints match. Wants to start popping up, all the problems will hatch. Need the green, yo, R.I.P. yo to Nino, who left the world blacks in the 44. Bino, I guess I see you in a sequel. Heavy thoughts of my cerebral make me want to stash the Desert Eagle wherever we go. I hate wakes and burials, hospitals and court cases. Bitches with scar faces, narcs hitting in dark places. Clue, clue, clue. Wow. Come on, man. Come on. Hey, listen, man. Listen. Niggas ain't fucking with him, yo.
Nah.
Yo, have you heard of have you heard of a song called Foul Breeze by Nas?
Yeah.
Yo,
don't. I need the encore, y'all. I remember that.
Yo, that's one of my favorite Nas songs ever. Yo, because it has the same sample as Busta used for New York shit.
Yeah, I want my New York shit. That same beat, he said, something's fishy, something's bothering me. I just can't figure it out. Wow.
Yo, yo, like when he what he say, look here, I'm the god on the mic, on the track, like Arthur Ashe with a tennis rack, till the DJ spin it back, and then the DJ actually does the back spin. Like that attention to detail is why he is second to none. Because like the way that he started off the song, he starts it off one way, but then it ends another way. He's a man, got a letter from an Asian fan. He asked, was I black? I'm going to play Japan soon. Wrote back, yes, danced in the shower, got dressed old school, powder my neck.
Yeah, man.
Am I charismatic enough? Does my charm reach people that can make a change? If I shoot with straight aim at the positive target and swoon to make a deposit to my account. Yo, like that, like just that, like those first couple of bars, like you could damn near write it. You could write a script from what he just said. So if there was like back to the Boyz II Men Jodeci thing, if there was a versus 20 rounds, who do you got?
I got Jodeci because I think the thing with them, they were embedded early in hip hop, like and our things because of the label Uptown and Puff and Andre, and a lot of their remixes had that hip hop sound. Boyz II Men didn't do that. Like they did like one great remix where they had Tretch and they had Craig Mack and Method Man and Busta for the Vibing remix. I remember buying that on cassette single because I'm like they don't do remixes like that. You know what I'm saying? So it was like out of the ordinary for them.
Huh? Was that the Evolution album?
Nah, that was on the 2 album. That was 95.
Yeah, Method Man. I think Busta too.
The Vibing remix.
Yeah, it was 95.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because then right after that they dropped the remix album on Motown, but like they had some issue with Motown and them releasing the remix album, or whatever. But that was like their only foray into like a hip hop remix. But Jodeci did that many times. Like even with the first album with the Come and Talk to Me remix, and they had I'll Be Waiting remix. They had what's the other remix they had? They had another remix from the first album, and then when you hear Diary of a Madman, it's all hip hop.
And they didn't really need I'll Be Sure, but I think Andre Harrell wanted I'll Be Sure to be like a musical supervisor, maybe because he felt like they may not have enough experience.
Right.
Like I'm a had I'll Be Sure like supervised the recording. But Diary of a Madman.
Diary is
my
fire.
God.
That's what really made me a fan of this, because like before I was more of a Boyz II Men fan, and then once I heard my cousin, one of my cousins she had bought the Jodeci album on cassette, and once I heard that, I was like, yo, I got to get this. Like every track you hear Alone, that has like a West Coast bounce. You hear In the Meanwhile, that's a boom bap track that JoJo killed vocally. They have Redman on the album. They got what's her name? I don't forget her name. Was the chick from Hot 97?
Oh, damn. I know who you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about. The gossip chick. She was on there. She had like a little skit on there, right? You had Dalvin rhyming on it. Even though I wasn't a fan of Dalvin rapping, but he was on his Das Effect shit on that album, right? You had Timbaland and Missy was a part of that album. So that was like they were already embedded in hip hop, and Boyz II Men was more pop, R&B, and they shied away from hip hop, and I think that's why a lot of people like they prefer Jodeci more. And then Jodeci was raunchy compared to Boyz II Men. They were more Boyz II Men did the love songs, the tasteful love songs for the women. Jodeci had the raunchy love songs for the women.
It was Miss Jones. That's who you was thinking of.
No, not Miss Jones. The Wendy Williams is on the album. There's a skit at the end, the Jodeci Hotline. She not that one. There's a skit before the Redman track comes on, and she's a part of that skit. You remember this? You remember that skit?
I didn't realize that was Wendy Williams.
Yeah, that's Wendy, because she's in the album credits too. Like that was because she was still at 197 at that point. And it's like a small skit right before the Redman joint comes on, and she's a part of that. But like they were already embedded. Like even the way that they dressed, like there was a time when they had came to the Billboard Awards and they had on like all the camo, like the all camo outfits, and they had like the ski mask and all that.
Yeah.
Boyz II Men wasn't dressing like that at the Billboard Awards.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. But Jodeci's more street. Boyz II Men more college boys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we needed that a balance, because everything ain't street. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm stuck more like if it's more R&B side. You know what I'm saying? Right. I gotta go with Boys Motown Philly. But if it's more like the hip hop R&B, nigga. You already know, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Josie shit. Even when the little Offspring shit with like just Casey and JoJo and shit like that. But yeah, that come and talk to me. That shit, that shit took over the world, yo.
Definitely.
Yo, like Jodeci, like Jodeci's records, like you could like for hood cats, you could play their music in the whip, blast it, and nobody would bat an eye.
Right.
And especially like the way they dress, like the fly hood drug dealers. You know what I mean? Like the vest, the boots,
the Doc Martens and all that.
Exactly. Like they look like rappers, but could actually sing.
Facts.
And it's if you look at Casey and JoJo, their run after Jodeci is another reason why I like Jodeci so much, is because like it's almost like when Jodeci, like when Casey and JoJo became a duo, their music had so many lush musical arrangements. It was like they had like sweeping orchestras, and like it was almost like damn near like they had a symphony, but they could sing behind, because their music was so sophisticated, and it became what they were singing about. It was less about the pleasures of the flesh, more than it was grown up. I mean, for lack of a better term, like like imagine like Jodeci were like the party animals in high school,
right?
And Casey and JoJo became like the college guys that graduated with a master's or something.
Right, facts. Yeah, and even the albums, like they only put out 4 albums, but I feel like they had the better discography. Whereas like Boyz II Men, like I didn't like their albums in the 2000s, and it wasn't that's when it was just down to 3 members. Mike had left the group, and they were on a different label. They didn't really promote them like that, and then the music was changing. Like it was more about the snap music, and you had the South was dominating the charts, and you know, when it came to R&B, was the groups wasn't a thing no more. Yeah, like everybody was like breaking up, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, I always been like I started out a Boyz II Men fan, and then I became a Jodeci fan after, you know, and I think they were both great for R&B, and they made they legacy, and I gotta go with Jodeci more. I think I feel Jodeci's music more at this point. I feel like they would win in the versus.
Yo, there's another thing.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't talked about KC as a vocalist.
Yeah,
Man,
he was great.
I was listening to what's the movie that had Martin Lawrence and Eddie Murphy? Yeah,
the Life movie. Yeah.
Yo, KC singing Life.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I was listening like to a 21st century Bobby Blue Band.
Yeah.
Or Bobby Womack. Like,
yeah,
this dude could sing some blues. And I think KC, like his talent and range was so limitless. Like he could have went into that lane.
Facts.
And he would have succeeded.
Yeah. I agree. Remember on the he had another hit record from a soundtrack on Jason's Lyric.
Was it that If You Think You're Lonely Now?
That was a rendition too. Yeah. He killed that track.
He also did a remake of Jeffrey Osborne Love Ballad.
Oh wow. I don't think I heard that one.
Yeah. Now it's not, I mean, nothing can, like Love Ballad, like the way Jeffrey Osborne sing it,
right?
Like nobody could touch that.
Right.
But if there's like 1A, then KC is like hovering below that. But it's not that far. But he did serious justice to that song.
Right. You know, even the production, like Jodeci had one in-house producer. They didn't go out and get, you know, a whole bunch of others. I mean, even though Timbaland started with them, but he wasn't doing, like, he was co-producing their stuff. Like, it was mainly Devontae. Dalvin did some production as well. He had produced on Diver Mad Band and on the third album. But Boyz II Men had like different producers. They had Babyface and Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis and Troy Taylor, and even Puff had produced on their third album. The I Can't Let Her Go. He had produced that for them, and you know, and I just felt like Devontae to me was like a better producer than all of those different producers Boyz II Men had.
You know what Boyz II Men had? They had Murderers Row, man.
Yeah.
They had a lineup of nothing but sluggers.
Right.
Like you need Jimmy and Jam, you need Jimmy and Terry, you got it. You want Teddy Riley, you got it.
Right.
You want Brian Cox, you got it.
Yeah. Dallas Austin.
Dallas Austin, same thing.
Yeah.
Like Devontae Swing, like he could have, man, he had it right at his fingertips. Like he could have been to the 90s what I don't know what Babyface or Jimmy Jam, Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis was in the 80s, as far as the sound was, because he also he had a joint on the Above the Rim soundtrack.
Yep. He did No More Pain for Pac on All Eyes on Me.
Man.
He produced on Change Your Faces first album. He did Usher. He did Can You Get With It on Usher's first album.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's a legend. I just feel like after that incident he had where he got pistol whipped at the home, it was like a home invasion. He hasn't been the same, and he kind of like strayed away from the media after that. And even now, it's like when you see Jodeci, you barely see him anymore. You know?
Yeah, it's weird. Like Timbaland doesn't even mention him.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's connected with that Diddy situation for some reason. I feel like he know about shit that he ain't saying. You know what I'm saying? Because they mentioned him before the trial started. They mentioned his name because they were like he might have been at one of those parties, but he ain't talking.
Who they mention?
Devontae Swing.
Oh God.
Yeah, he was mentioned. His name came up in those Diddy parties.
Oh shit.
And I think him, that home invasion he had in the 90s might have been connected to that.
For all we know, he might have changed his identity altogether.
Yeah, true.
Mm-mm.
You know. Yeah. I even now I like they're still great now. Like Boyz II Men, they're legends. Jodeci, they're legends. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not disparaging either group. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like for me, I gotta go. See, in the beginning, if you had asked me, I would have been like Boyz II Men. But then after hearing Diary and then the third album, I'm like, yeah, Jodeci got this. It's definitely Jodeci.
Yo, and isn't it amazing that you could have like two groups with two different musical aesthetics?
Yeah.
One is one group has songs that are filled with romance and sentimentality and sensuality, and the other, the other group is pretty much talking about, fucking you raw dog and wanting to fuck the taste out of your mouth and just talking about sex in very raw and gritty ways, but you can't have one without the other. Like it's almost like they needed each other to to rise to the occasion and become their best selves.
Yeah, true. Because at that time, like early 90s, there wasn't a group like that out for both of them.
Yeah.
They kind of influenced everybody else, Jagged Edge and 112 and, all the other groups that came out of that time.
Yeah, I as much as I did KC as a vocalist, and that he could truly sing.
Yeah.
But I blame KC partly for a lot of the male R&B vocalists that could not stop doing that. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, of course. That's his trademark.
I mean, Cisco is the worst offender of that.
Yeah. Oh man. So, yeah, I wasn't a big Dru Hill fan. I liked some of his songs, but I mean, it's a lot of people that feel like they were better than Jodeci.
Who?
I've heard people say that they felt like that Dru Hill was better than Jodeci, and I'm like, y'all are crazy.
Yo,
hell no.
I want to meet these people.
I mean, even they sound was influenced by Jodeci. You can hear that shit.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I mean, Cisco is KC's son.
Yeah.
Vocally.
Yep. You had Nokio was like their in-house producer, but he's not Devontae. You know what I'm saying? He's not the matter of fact that my favorite Cisco beat is not even for an R&B group. It's on the Rough Riders compilation. He produced that Eve joint. What y'all want?
Yeah.
That was Nokio that did that beat.
He also produced What These Bitches Want.
Right. That was fire. They should have hired him for his beats alone.
Right here with me. Sounds I want to hear.
You know what I mean?
Damn, I ain't think about that.
Yeah, Nokio did that. You know?
But yeah, they ain't, nah, Drew Hill ain't better than no Jodeci, yo. I'm sorry. Like,
nah.
Nope.
And you know, like I remember me and my friends used to clown their choreography. Drew Hill.
Yeah.
Like the way they would be.
They jumping around and shit.
Yeah.
I didn't like that. They were like, what is this? You know?
I mean, I like the song, but when I saw the video, I was like, okay.
Yeah.
You know, 1 year, right?
All
right, so it was Tech schools, right?
Right.
So they couldn't have 2 Newark Techs, so they had to call one North 13th Street because it was like borderline of East Orange.
Right.
So they couldn't call it East Orange Tech because it was technically still Newark. So anyway, this is gonna make y'all laugh. There was a pep rally at both high schools at the same time on the same day. One pep rally North 13th Street had a nigga rapping. I mean, hold up. They had performance for the pep rally, for the pep rally, cool.
Right.
You know. The other school, Newark Tech, they had Drew Hill performing, yo.
Wow.
And at the time, I was going to 13th Street and I was kicking with this chick from Newark Tech.
Right.
And the funny thing is, I was like, yeah, man, I just rapped for the pep rally. And next thing you know, she like, well, Drew Hill's performing my shit, and I could, yo. And she made me hate Drew Hill because she loved that shit, yo.
Right.
That shit get my nerves, yo. I remember one time, I was in the car with her and shit, and in the radio, they told me, yeah, we're gonna smooth it down. So I was trying to be funny, I slowed the car down.
Right.
Then that shit said, tell me. I was like,
oh, God. No. Radio broken. Wow.
I'm like, fuck. And she laughed like, yeah, nigga. I'm like, oh, here we go. I couldn't stand that song back then, yo.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna hold you. I couldn't stand that and Pony. I ain't gonna hold you.
Oh, Pony, man.
I couldn't stand that shit. Bang.
I hated that when I came out.
Bang.
Yo.
I couldn't
like,
stand
what is this? A song about a pony? Like, what is this?
And mind you, don't get me wrong, I fucks with Genuine shit, yeah, but I couldn't. That first song, I was not fucking with it. I ain't gonna hold
it grew on me after a while.
Yeah, you know what it was? It was like that vocoder mixed with that synthesized bass line.
Yeah.
Like it was just so damn loud.
Right. And then remember the video, he did that like in a bar or some shit.
Yeah,
like a country look to it, you know what I mean?
Like a rodeo. You know what I'm saying? With the but my favorite new R&B artist that year was Erykah Badu.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
On and on.
Yeah.
He was great.
Killed it. Then What You Gonna Do?
Yep.
That is classic, yo. That shit, she had
Baduism?
Stacks in the building. Stacks. 3 stacks in the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, yo.
Next Lifetime and shit.
Next Lifetime.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
What else was that? She had Sound Next Lifetime.
Apple Tree was on that. Certainly, she had like mad joints on that album. Other Side of the Game.
Yeah, that's what you gonna do. Your Other Side of the Game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit was tough, man.
Definitely.
Yo, when I saw that Genuine video, I actually thought it was Crucial Conflict. Crucial Conflict had like a barn.
Crucial Conflict, remember them?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that Genuine video was a Crucial Conflict video because of the hay and they were in the barn.
I ain't gonna hold you. That was when you had like that's the era like Polo the Dawn. His name Polo. That song, them 2 chicks last night. No, that's a song called Shorty Sing. What was the that Atlanta shit?
Joint? The Mabu song?
That was my shit, yo.
Yeah.
That was my shit.
So fire.
Yep. I was like in high school. I was senior year, I think. Hell yeah. Yeah, that was the shit, though. I can't hold you. Pac had just died. All that shit, man. Oh my God, yo.
Yep.
That shit was crazy. That's an error right there, man. That's an error. That's an error. Y'all think what's that shit? R&B. Who else? Oh, Total. I forgot. My bad.
N2C.
Total Catches. They came out 95. They came out 95. But they was the shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let me see.
112.
112.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bad Boy had R&B.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
nigga
had Faith as well.
Yeah, Faith. Carl Thomas.
Carl Thomas. Bad Boy had a more of an R&B division than the hip hop. Low key.
Yeah.
Hip hop was just the face of it, but it was more R&B acts than to hip hop. Now I think about it.
Yeah. Mario Wanan had him.
Mario Wanan.
Yep.
Damn. Even the Offsprings.
Didn't Faith, Total, in 112? Didn't the albums come out?
And he was still behind Mary. And he was still behind Mary.
Yeah, he was still working with Mary. Yeah.
Yep. Jeannie Thompson.
Yep. You had Day 26, Danny Duquesne. You know.
Oh, what's the other shit? What's the other shit? Dirty Money.
Dirty Money. Yep.
They done took Fendi name.
Yeah.
Fendi told some Puff called him and asked him to take the name, some shit like that. Yeah. I don't know if Fendi was trolling.
Crazy. I actually met Fendi in person too, man. You know, that was the mixtape era.
But Fendi from Brooklyn, though, right?
Is he? I forget where he's from. I remember like a random time we were going into a mixtape store and he's at the mixtape store like giving the mixtapes out, like the newest like come up shit, and he gave us a pound. He was real cool. That
was my shit though.
Yeah,
the come up DVD.
Definitely.
That was my
I still
shit.
I got the Locks joints. I still got the Locks editions.
Yeah, y'all fucks with the come up DVD. Yeah, those are my favorite DVDs. The come up, Smack, Cocaine City, Sub-Zero.
Yes.
Word up, yo. The DVD man know once he get the DVDs, he know come to the shop, I get first dibs on all them hip hop DVDs, yo.
Facts.
Oh man.
Yeah, man.
That was before URL, it was just straight Smack.
Right.
You know what I mean? Smack shit. Man, who else? Am I missing somebody? I know definitely, like I said, the main ones was Smack, Come Up.
The Sub-Zero joint.
Sub-Zero shit, yo. Sub-Zero had the ladies in there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He had Cocaine City with French.
Right.
Cocaine City was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have like y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the You Mad Cause I'm Styling on You battle, wasn't that like on Smack first?
No, that wasn't Smack. That was another platform. It wasn't Smack, but he got Smack. Word up. Man, cause I'm styling. That shit nigga said, whoop. I was like, how you let that, but I ain't gonna hold you. I'm like, how you let that line piss him off that bad? Like, no disrespect, but that wasn't fighting words to me. You know what I'm saying? Even back then, I'm like, damn. Now the fighting shit was with the dose and the math, because I know everybody call math, you know, on some bully shit, but I can't hold you like.
Dose was doing way too much.
Dose was doing way too much, man. He like, yo, why y'all my face? He all putting the rim, and I think
the rim was capping his face.
Yeah, he asked him. He's still doing this shit like, I don't give a fuck. So boom. And yo, when he did it, Smack music went to, I whoop your head, boy.
Right.
I said smacking shit. Yo.
That was wild.
I'm like, yo, Smack. This is like, burn down.
Man.
Yo.
That was crazy.
You jog my memory, because I remember around that time, like Grind Time was out, and Grind Time was associated with
King of Dot.
King of the Dot, they were like that was like the lead, like for the corny white battle rappers,
right?
Because like this was before Grind Time morphed into King of the Dot, and that was the first time. It was the first time that I saw Arsenal.
Oh, when he battle Conceited.
Yeah.
Yo, I ain't gonna hold you. that was the first time I seen somebody get Arsenal work like that.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I refuse to lose to an elementary school bus driver. I was like, no, because I already knew what it was. And you know how, like, you know what he about to say because he said something driver, and I refused to lose. And when he said elementary school, I was like, oh no, don't tell me he about to blow his spot. He said bus driver. I was like, oh God. Right. He was like, and that's facts. And I was saying to myself, damn, because I just seen Arsenal like a week before. And I'm like, damn, yo. I'm like, oh shit. You know what I mean? But it made Arsenal go even harder after that. You know what I'm saying? But that was like one of the best eras of battle rap too, yo. I ain't gonna hold you because what's that white dude back then? I forgot. That was on. He was like on Grind Time Heavy.
Awkwards.
What's his name?
Awkwards.
It might have been Awkwards. He'd be like, "Shut up!"
He battled T-Rex.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yo, that was like the weirdest style clash because like I was at that time like Awkwards had like a very obnoxious like white boyish tone of voice, you know, and he was like, "Shut up," just like you said. And Rex, he was in roast mode, like And I remember he had Dot Mob behind him. The one thing I didn't like about that battle was that T-Rex he mispronounced segregation, and he was going somewhere with it. But as soon as he said it, Awkward capitalized on it.
Right. Yep. Word is born, yo. Oh
did
my God.
Did he say any writtens like he usually do?
Who, Awkward?
No, T-Rex.
No, this was like pre-mixtape Rex.
I remember that battle he had with Uncasa, and it's like Uncasa knew everything he was gonna say.
Oh yeah. Oh no,
like his whole crew was like he was like, yo, he was like, stop the battle, like this thing is spitting, like his homeboys knew everything he was gonna say.
But the thing is, like Rex didn't give a fuck.
Yeah,
like
he didn't care.
that was the funny part. Like there was no shame in this game.
Right. Crazy. Yep.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, I wanted to ask y'all. Like y'all know that Loaded Lux is going to battle New Jersey Twerk, right?
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
At Summer Madness.
That's gonna be dope.
I like. There's no way I could see Lux losing a round.
Right.
Yeah.
And I rock with Twerk.
Hey, yo, question. Am I echoing? Oh, damn. Hey, I got extra one of these cameras. I don't know how the hell they keep coming up.
You want me to get rid of one?
Huh?
You want me to get rid of one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah. Now you talking about the one when Rex battled what's his name, Castle at the end of the Smack DVD, right? Yeah.
They were like in the playground or whatever.
Yeah, in the park.
And Casa was like, yo, his like Rex homeboys knew everything he was gonna say.
Yeah. That was like I think that probably was my first time seeing T-Rex. Come to think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. My first time seeing the battle before he,
Right.
We seen, I ain't gonna hold you, we seen battle rap come a long way, man, because
now
niggas be getting like 6 figures a piece for battling.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
That shit I ain't gonna hold you, man. They've been you seen battle rappers get more money than rappers.
Yeah.
And you know,
so
man, like one of my favorite early memories of the Smack was the first Summer Madness, and it hurt me deeply. This guy like young Miles, Midwest Miles from Detroit.
I remember him.
He got his ass smoked by Tech Nine from the rip.
Yeah.
And Tech Nine's crowd control was A1. because if once he got to the um, body, I put your body bag in the body bag, it was over for Midwest Mouse career. Especially Tech Nine, he said, you lost a shotgun, Suge, and you said you would take off for a year.
Right.
Can this motherfucker hear? Is this motherfucker deaf? He just said if you lost a shotgun, Suge, he would have retired for a year. So why the fuck are you standing right here? And the crowd erupted.
That was crazy.
Yeah, that bad rap game get crazy.
Yeah.
Because when I first saw Tech, I thought he was whack at first.
Y'all motherfuckers, right, man?
Wayne A.V. Yo, because he I know y'all gonna feel me.
Mm-hmm.
Did Tech Nine not sound like a drunk Dolomite? Like if Dolomite was a battle rapper, he would be Tech Nine.
Wow.
Because he had like the old school references down to a T.
Right.
His style was dope, yo. I can't even front. Like he definitely had like a dope ass style. But when he battled Arsenal, that's when I first really seen Arsenal make a name for himself. Was off of Tech Nine.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And what he did was he imitated. It's nothing funnier than when somebody imitate their opponent with their style.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah.
That's how his shit was with Tech Nine.
Oh yeah.
Yo, my second favorite Tech Nine battle was when he battled Goods in front of Big Daddy Kane, Rakim, and KRS-One. Yo, if you go on YouTube, like it was the last round, and he was he had a round where he was clowning Goods because like when I go to checkout, I pop my tag, buy my shit and go. When you go to the checkout line, you gotta he said something about you gotta check with the bank or your access code is off. But like Tech Nine, he like his style was definitely unorthodox, like an ODB, and it kind of took me a while for me to warm up to him. But man, if you ever look up Tech Nine versus Goods, he's going to be cracking up like a comedy set.
Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, man. So we've been on here for like almost 5 hours now. We gotta wrap this up. Damn, man. I feel like we still got shit to talk about, but we'll definitely be back next week if Rock is available and Ray. Shout out to Uncle Freezy for coming through. Subscribe to Echoes and Essence on YouTube. Tell the people what y'all got coming up.
Who wanna you wanna go Rock or?
Oh, you can go ahead first.
I'm gonna tell you the rest behind the scenes, but it's I'm gonna say this is getting near promo time. I'm not just tell y'all, but all right. Let me just get the bullshit. You gotta respect the Legends series. Official launch October 26th, 2025.
Can't wait, bro. That's gonna be. We gotta have you definitely back on the program.
I ain't gonna hold you. Y'all the first. I ain't even announced it yet.
Wow.
So this is the first platform or whatever that you heard.
Dope. That's dope.
You know what I'm saying? Behind the scenes. Shout out to Psycho Organic. Shout out to David Finwell. It'll be on streaming platforms. The live screening and launch is officially October 26th, 2025. Even though at the same time, some film festivals in the beginning. Right. For those who don't know, You Gotta Respect the Legends is a award-winning docu-series based off how hip-hop made an impact into Jersey, and how Jersey made an impact into hip-hop culture. First 3 editions of Jersey Impact, and also it's a Verse Guys edition. That's the essence of lyricism. This series as a whole consists of names like Voted by Nature, Redman, Lils Underground, Joe Budden. You got some Smith Wesson on there. You got Ross Cops from the West Coast. And so much more. Officially. So
I saw Joe Budden at Monday Night Raw. He was at Barclays Center.
Yeah. I seen something. Seen something.
ESJ salute. We gotta definitely do an IG live for that upcoming October 26th date.
You read my mind. I was gonna actually drop that to you behind the scene, but you read my mind.
Yeah, no doubt. Just definitely gotta plan that. Rocker, what you got coming up?
Like currently, I've been rereading the autobiography of Malcolm X.
Classic.
And I've read it so many times, and I've had it in my possession for years. But something compelled me to go back and reread it. And as I was reading, you know how you can read like something real heavy,
right?
And then every time you finish reading like a certain passage, like whatever you encounter or whatever you see on TV, kind of it seems minuscule.
Yeah.
To what you just read, like it pales in comparison to what. So I just started thinking, like, I would love to start like a book club around the autobiography of Malcolm X, like a virtual book club, and we can just talk about a lot of the things that he's talking about. Because a lot of the things that I'm rereading, a lot of it went over my head. Now that I'm older, I got more life experience.
Right.
So I would love to do like a virtual book club, sometime in the future.
Oh yeah. Definitely, I'm done with that.
Yeah, and then we can have conversations about how do certain passages relate to our lives. I'm definitely done with that. You know what I mean?
Yo, I kicked myself out again, yo. Bro, like, Jesus Christ. My bad. I'm reading DSJ's message. My bad. DSJ said Joe Budden owes me $30 for 2 packs of cigarettes and an oxtail mac and cheese patty. Wow. Come on, DSJ. You wild for that one. Yo, look out on the weekend. There's an artist that hit me up. He's unsigned. He's from Dallas. His name is Malcolm J. And he's an independent artist. He does R&B music. And he's singing over Southern hip hop beats. And he asked me to do a live stream with him. I was supposed to do it last week, but I went out last week on Friday. So I might do it on IG Live, or it might be with Uncle Freezy on his channel, Echoes and Essence. That's gonna be on Sunday. We don't have the time yet, but stay tuned for that. And we definitely gonna come back next week. I love that idea that Ray mentioned about like best guest features on the R&B track. We definitely gotta do that one next week.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
No doubt.
So
we should make it like a top 10.
Top 10? Okay. Right.
Top 10 what?
Top 10 like guest features?
on R&B songs.
Yeah, because there were a lot of them.
For next time or right now?
For next week.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Definitely. Right. I'll get Reg on here because I know he loved that topic as well. You know, yeah, definitely. Yes, on Sunday you got to work. Well, I know. Unc said he would do the interview, so it's still up in the air like what time he gonna do it. But the artist hit me up. He said he was available for Sunday, so we'll see. But yo, thanks to everybody that came through. Like, comment, subscribe, share. The Daddy Rap Podcast. We out. Peace.